Like, you know, I think it's definitely in all the Bethesda games because you can turn any house into a base. It's definitely in the player housing of 14 and World of Warcraft, and it's definitely there in New World. So it's like, you know, this cozy stuff, it's in all of the games. So you begin, I'm just pointing out reasons why my top 20 is superior, and what the reasons are. It's because, you know, women play these games and esports, right? One of the two reasons why the top 5 or top 10 are what they are is because women play the games and esports, right? That's why they're always so successful. They don't a lot of these other games, they don't bridge the gender gap, so they suffer single player itis and don't ever get into to the top 20, even though they've got amazing fucking games like Claire Obscure 33, but they'll never make top 20 because they make single player games that while the women will play it, they and Claire does well, but I mean, you know, I think of Minecraft being the same thing as Rust and Power World and DayZ and New World. It's weird. I think of a bunch of these games as being the same thing. They are basically the same thing. So there's my top 20. And I'm just going to glance over this one more time. This is weird because if you notice, all of these games are from the last 20 years. None of them are old except for Half-Life 2. And notice I put Half-Life 2 at the end to make a nod to the people who came before, like, Steam Dude. What's his name? I can't think of his fucking name. But we make a nod to Half-Life 2 because you can still play Half-Life 2 and have a lot of fucking fun. Unlike most of the rest and I'm going to state this reason. You can still have fun a lot. You can still have a lot of fun on Half-Life 2 in a literal sea. A literal sea of thieves, of game failures, right? Like it's like a sea of thieves. It's like 19,000 games. And I use Sea of Thieves as a failure thing here because there's all kinds of reoccurring themes here, like base building metas, ship metas, player housing metas, zombie renewable fighting outside your front door metas. I would call that like almost cozy, but it's actually PvE VX, right? Is why DayZ is so good. PvE VX is why DayZ is so good, and the same thing is true of Rust. Is PvE is cozy is the main reason, but the PvE VX is also really good. PvE VX is another reason. So Activision lobbies are really big because the women still play them, and esports is still really big. I mean, it doesn't make money, but it's still a competitive scene. It's still there. Creation Engine, like there is Call of Duty like esports things, and they still have tournaments, and people still care. So I mean, this is such a why Call of Duty is still awesome. I don't like Call of Duty, but I still think it's awesome. But there's a lot of Activision lobbies, right? There's the World of Warcraft lobby, there's the Call of Duty Warzone lobby, there's the advanced warfare lobbies, both 1 and 2. There's the Hearthstone lobbies. There's like 6 or 7 Activision games that don't play necessarily the same, but they have the same sort of interest, which is women and esports, right? They're games that girls are willing to play because they are universally accepted. And when a girl gets caught playing a video game, she probably wants it to be something like World of Warcraft or Call of Duty or ESO or Hearthstone, or people don't understand. If she's playing like, I don't know, what's Scorn, people are like, you're weird, right? But if she plays Call of Duty, they're like, oh, it's just an e-girl. That's normal, right? And so that's one of the reasons it's a really driving force as to what the top 10 is. Will women play it, right? Will women play it? Because I mean, if you recall, because of the Fisher principle, we always have 50% men and 50% women at any given time. It maybe not actually susses out to that percentage, but it will break down to that in the end because of the Fisher principle, which is something in nature forces us to be gender neutral and gender equal, which means that like we don't ever wipe out whole genders ever. We don't ever kill all of the women on the planet, right? We're like gender neutral in the respect that we don't want to wipe them out, and then we're like, you know, anyway, I don't want, you know, it's weird. So it's like, and we're definitely like, you know, I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. I'm kind of tired. So anyways, Creation Engine, Fallout 76 is a number 7, along with Starfield, Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, Oblivion, Rim, and such, etc. Oblivion, Rim, and OG, etc. And Skyrim, Daggerfall, right, etc. is number 7. PUBG sits in number 8 because of the BR, which is also the Fortnite thing. BR is a really driving force, right? BR, which is Battle Royale, which is YOLO. BR YOLO is a really driving force in a bunch of these games. Minecraft's kind of like that too. If you it is BR YOLO. If you die in the Nether realm or you step in some lava, you're not getting that loot back, right? So Minecraft is quite BR, not BR, but definitely YOLO. It's like YOLO cozy base building. It's not YOLO. It's sandbox, right? Sandbox is the main thing here. YOLO it is YOLO though. YOLO is a really big thing here for Fortnite. YOLO is a really big thing. LOL is not YOLO, but it is women in esports. Rust is YOLO, cozy, and PVX, and YOLO is a really big deal in the modern age. If you can die in Extraction, they will like your game. If you can't, they won't. So women will play it. Women esports because women will play it, right? So women will play these. Women will play these. They're the most women are on Activision lobbies and Call of Duty lobbies, right? Because they like shooters for some reason. Because it does require a lot of multitasking and skill. Women are good at multitasking and skill. You wouldn't think that they might be in video games, but because it's like a male dominated sport or whatever you want to call it, hobby. But I mean, no, women are better at video games because they are better at multitasking. They're better at tracking a bunch of things at once because it's something about the DNA or whatever. So yeah, like you know, shooter games like Call of Duty and like Black Ops and Counter-Strike require you to have so much knowledge and so much skill and so much execution and so much perfection that it does appeal to women. And there is a strong female base on. I've met them. There's like strong female bases on Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, Hearthstone, Fortnite, not Rust, but definitely Minecraft and CS:GO 2. And it's a reoccurring theme here in the top 10. Why are the top 10 what they are? Because girls are willing to play them. Smiley face. Smiley clown face. like South Park. Smiley clown face. Saying smiley one-eyed clown face or whatever, like smiley clown face, you know, like it pleases and sparkles. It pleases and sparkles, right? I'll be sexist for just one South Park joke. It pleases and sparkles, right? Clown face, so clown hat, smiley face or whatever. So anyways, see, and so here we go. So why are the top 10 what they are? Because girls are willing to play them. It pleases and sparkles, right? CS:GO 2, Minecraft, Fortnite, LOL, Rust, and we covered all of these, but we're getting down to the Creation Engine, which is role play RP D&D, which is a really driving, compelling force in a bunch of these other games too. Like No, that's it. It's I would say the reason that all of these single player creation engine games are so good that Bethesda makes is the role play of the Dungeons and Dragons aspect of it, where you can roll any character that you want and pursue anything that you want. I would call that RP D&D or D&D RP. Sorry, I got it kind of in the wrong order there, but D&D RP basically. And I would say that Starfield is better D&D RP than Baldur's Gate 3 because it's far more free. You can do whatever you want in Starfield. You really can't. And try going to the Undercroft in the first hour of a BG3 without a bunch of crazy, like, hacks, or not hacks, but, life hacks from the game to make sure that you're equipped to deal with it on Master Tactician difficulty, because there isn't as much D&D RP in Baldur's Gate 3 as there is, Bethesda games. It's kind of crazy, but there isn't. There's more RP in rolling a Bethesda character than there is in playing Baldur's Gate 3, which is weird. Now Baldur's Gate 3 has strong RP too, but I mean, I still think the creation engines do it better. It's always done it better. It's like oh, I'm gonna make a rogue this time, or I'm gonna make a mage this time, or I'm gonna make a warrior this time, or this time I'm gonna make a super jump high guy who sneaks around, make a stealth archer or whatever. And that D&D RP stuff was actually more present in Bethesda games than it was in Baldur's Gate 3. I swear to God. So, anyways, PUBG is big because of BR YOLO, and BR YOLO sells. We know it does. Look how big Fortnite exploded. Apex is BR YOLO. That's a really big genre. It actually comprises most of the top 20s. It's sort of crazy. Naraka is BR YOLO. I'm just listing the reasons why, right? Final Fantasy 14 is mainly women and well, I mean, it's just women, really. I would say 14 is mainly the reason it's even still alive is women play it, I would say. So, old school RuneScape, I think is around because it's cozy, mega farmy, and endless. It just never ever ends. Elden Ring is big because it's sandbox. Directional melee. I think that PoE 1 is deserving of this list because it did take the greatest ARPG of all time currently. And the only reason that it took the greatest ARPG of all time currently is because it is the greatest, because it is most superior ARP. Then hero shooters like Overwatch 2, Rivals, and Deadlock is team play, women, esports. DayZ is PvEVX like Rust, right, and cozy. DayZ is a lot more cozy than we want to give it credit for, but it is. It's a very, very cozy game. I've seen those videos. I watched them build giant fucking houses and hold them for weeks, and I know that DayZ is one of the more cozy games ever made. New World is the perfection of Souls. So I'm going to switch it out with Elden Ring because Elden Ring is a single player game. New World is a multiplayer. The perfection of Souls, right? Souls-like. So I'm going to bump this because I do see that Elden Ring should not be above New World because I do think New World is actually a much more superior. No, I guess Souls-likes are superior to New World when you combine them all together. Like Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Sekiro, Bloodborne. I'm forgetting some, but I mean, like, yeah, like those 7 together, they definitely are like about equal to what New World is, because New World is the perfection of Souls like. It's even a better combat system, really. It's insane. It's like take any weapon that you want, swap it out at will, level it, and then learn how to use that weapon perfectly. And I would say that's what Souls like is. So I believe Elden Ring to drop down the should drop down the list. Did we lose it? 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So no, we didn't lose it. Elden Ring sits up there because as sandboxes combined, they are about as great as New World is. So ESO was cozy. PVE VX. No, well, yeah, it was. It was PVE VX. It absolutely was. And then it's that D&D RP. Eve is the OG sandbox after UO. Set standards for all other MMOs always. Half-Life 2, you can still have a lot of fun on Half-Life 2, mods or no mods, as opposed to the literal 19,000 Sea of Thieves of other games, of other games that fail every day. So okay, there we go. There's my top 20. I'm gonna save it. You've seen what my top 20 is. Let's go see what their top 20 is, which is not the same thing as what I said at all. So we're gonna go back to backups and save this. Save. So we're gonna for a refresher, we're gonna say CS:GO 2 because of women, Minecraft because of the sandbox YOLO cozy base building, Fortnite because of the battle royale YOLO stuff, women and esports. I say YOLO instead of extraction because I think it's more accurate. League of Legends is because of women in esports and competitive esports, but I don't want to type the word competitive. Rust is because of the YOLO cozy competitive comp PVX, right? It's like competitive at all times, really. Activision lobbies and/or WoW, COD, Hearthstone, women, esports women will play these, is why. Creation Engine / Fallout 76 / Starfield, Morrowind, Oblivion, Remaster, Skyrim, or Daggerfall is number 7. PUBG is number 8. Apex is number 9, Naraka is number 10, Final Fantasy 14 is number 11, Old School RuneScape is number 12, 13 is Elden Ring, 14 is Zelda, 15 is PoE, 16 is hero shooters like OW 2, Rivals, Deadlock, etc. 17 is DayZ, which is PvVX, Cozy, and there's other games that kind of get lumped in on with DayZ, such as Dead Side, but I don't want to include it. New World, the perfection of the Souls like, ESO, the cozy PvE VX D and DRP, Eve, the OG sandbox after UO, set standards for all others, and Half-Life 2 because you can still have a lot of fun on Half-Life 2 as opposed to the little 19,000 Sea of Thieves of other single player games that release every day and fail. So, like, no matter what, you can pretty much count on having fun in Half-Life 2. This is something that I'm going to say this, no matter what, you can almost always count on this game being fun. Unlike all other single player games. No, we're going to save it. This was a good session of my top 20 in 2025. We're going to compare, right? So I am looking for their top 20, and so they are not wrong about Counter-Strike. That is the oldest, most accessible shooter. I don't like admitting it, but I mean, it is true. So we saw eye on this. They say Dota 2. I say LOL in number 4. I don't play Dota 2, and I don't think Dota 2 is good, and I think Dota 2 was the originator, but LoL was the only one that actually was good. Well, LoL and Han. LoL and Han were both really good. Heroes of New Earth. Heroes of New Earth was better than LoL, in my opinion. But anyways, Fortnite, because of the BR YOLO in the women, in my number 3. Their number 3 is PUBG. So now I put PUBG in this thing, but I put PUBG much lower in number 8 because I don't think PUBG holds up to Fortnite or even like like Rust or anything like that. So I put PUBG lower because I think Rust is a greater game than PUBG. I always have. So they sat Rust in number 6. I sat Rust in number 5. Below League of Legends, because I think League of Legends actually has like the most Western players of any game or whatever. So technically, LoL should sort of be, well, no, CS:GO 2 actually has the most, but LoL should be technically be in number 2. But no, I think there's more Minecraft players still than there is LoL players still. It's actually kind of crazy. So no, I think I actually kind of got this right in terms of what their cultural impact was and how much kids love them or anything like this. I got this list fairly well done, I would say. Then there's the creation engine stuff. There's the Activision. Then there's my number 5 was Rust. They put Rust at number 6. But I mean, if you remove Bongo Cat, which isn't a real game, you get Rust in number 5, which is where I put it. You begin to understand that I build my shit off of the live service like industry, and I think of their games as being the best. So then, single player games can be on my list, but they always fall at least 20 games down beyond all the really good MMOs out there that are just single player games with netcode, Like all Elden Ring Night Rain really is Elden Ring with good netcode, And some improvements in graphic stuff, but overall just better netcode. So, and I don't like the graphics of Elden Ring. I think they could have done way better. So anyways, 7, number 8 was PUBG. I was not far off with PUBG though, and apparently Apex is doing better. No, PUBG is doing better than Apex. PUBG is sitting at 346,000, but it is pulling something like twice the pop that Apex is. So I will change my list. I'm allowed to change my list. It's my list. I didn't know, so we're just gonna go dir x dir. We're gonna do my edits. I'm not that good of a stream performer on RTFs and stuff, so whatever. But yes, apparently Apex was better, and I believe this too. I believe Apex to be a much better game than. I'm sorry, they think PUBG is a better game than Apex. I think Apex is a better game than PUBG, is what I meant to say. And I'm going to put it, it's my list, I can do that. I think Apex is a far superior game to PUBG, because PUBG is on the Arma engine, Apex is on Apex. Apex has a good engine. PUBG sucks dick because the Microsoft for military sold bad clients to the American Army, and that's how we got Arma 3, and that's what PUBG is. It's Arma 3. Also, another reason why I don't like DayZ is it's the Arma 3 engine, the same as what's it called, PUBG. So I don't like the Arma engine. I don't think it's a good engine. I think it's what government contractors use to fleece our army in the 90s. So I don't like games that came out of that, like PUBG, because I think it's like a weird military sim op, like PSYOP or something, to support PUBG, and that's one of the reasons why it's so big. It pulls the military shooter crowd the same way the Counter-Strike 2 does, because when our military is overseas serving in Afghanistan and stuff like that, they play games like Counter-Strike 2, PUBG, Call of Duty Warzone, Rainbow Six Siege, Apex, Valorant. Some more older classics like Advanced Warfare, Halo, Blops, Zombies, stuff like that, right? So, but I didn't really get this wrong, I don't think. Naraka Blade Point has fallen down, but it sat in the top 20 for so long that I was afraid to ignore it, because those kids, they liked that game for a long fucking time. But nope, Naraka's out. Now notice the concurrent on Naraka though is significantly higher than most of the other games on the list. It's sitting up here around number 10. So I don't know. I think I kind of did actually peg Naraka exactly where it should be, because if you sort these numbers by peak today, I guess you can't, and the peak today doesn't really like add together sequentially. So if you look at peak today, And what Naraka did today, you see that you can't ignore Naraka. You really can't ignore Naraka. It's like 124, 592. It only has 44,000 on right now because it's kind of an Asian game. But I mean, 124,000 people showed up, and if you look at where that puts them on the list, it actually lands them at exactly number 10, which is where I sussed them out at. Do you see it? It is kind of in terms of the actual peak. So then there's Final Fantasy 14, which has fallen way down this fucking list, and maybe I don't even have to show love to them anymore. Let's go see. Look, Claire fell. Claire fell big time. Maybe they don't like turn based as much as you thought they did. You know, they've been doing it all their fucking lives. You don't think they might be tired of it? So no, look, I'm wrong. I have one on these that I was wrong, but 14 is full blown dead. 14's dead. Look at it. 14's not even above DayZ or anything like that. 14 is not on this list. Let's look at and see if there's a fantasy game on this list. No, there's Fantasy Life 1 in the 68 spot. And that's it. There is no Final Fantasy game in the top 100 except for, oh no, there's 14. I'm sorry. I don't know why. Oh, there, it did pull it. I'm sorry. So no, yeah, number 81, we have 20,000 pop. I put FFX 14 at number 11, but I'm actually going to have to bump like somebody else way higher, like DayZ. And I'm going to go Final Fantasy 14. I'm going to put DayZ in the number 11 spot because DayZ is Rust and nobody knows it. So they keep like making money even though they shouldn't. DayZ is just a bad Rust. So they keep making money and keep doing expansions. But I do feel this way. I think DayZ to be a much, much inferior Rust. And I hate being that mean, but I mean, I do believe this. I really do. So we come back to 17 and we paste and we say FFXI. Oh no, I miscut. Okay, there we go. Or FFXIV. And then so that's it. I think that I get everything here. Yeah, so my 14 was way too high. I gave 14 in my estimation, this has been the case for almost like all of these MMOs like ESO, Final Fantasy 14, and World of Warcraft. They have these audiences who still, for some reason, because they're old and boomers like me, they believe that the world's still playing World of Warcraft. But in my experience, it's actually like Final Fantasy 14 and World of Warcraft. They sit down below 60,000, which isn't even as good as Rust. Like when Begon was reluctant to Rust, I was like, oh, that sucks because we have like pop of like 460,000. That's like something like 6 times what you find on WoW. And this was true. It's still true. I mean, Rust is still pulling something like 3 times the pop that all of World of Warcraft is pulling because they sit at like 60,000 or something. World of Warcraft sits at Final Fantasy 14 sits at 40,000 players on Steam, but then they also have their own clients and console copies. So 14 does belong where I kind of had it. But no, it's fallen off even compared to all these other ones. Even Overwatch 2 is doing better than 14. So, I mean, no, I think I do have it in the right spot. But we do have to make the nod, which is, women and just, what's it called? Theme park. Women/theme park is the main attractions there, right? And then there's New World, which is the perfection of the Souls-like. And I do have a lot of respect for that. I think the combat in New World was masterful. It's better than anything I've ever seen in a Souls-like game. ESO is good for its cozy PvE, VX, D&D, RP. Eve is good for its OG sandbox after UO, because without UO doing sandbox, we would have never had any more. So thank God for EVE Online, or we might not know what a space sandbox is, like Starfield, right? So number 20 is Half-Life 2, which I still think is a top 20 game, because no matter what, you can always go back to it, like Elden Ring. You can always go back to it like Elden Ring and have fun. There isn't too many single-player games like that. Zelda's like that. PoE 1 is like that if you play it like a single-player game. Eve is like that. Half-Life 2 is like that. And they're... you know, and there's something to be said for that. It's like, you know, that you're the number one like single player experience, and that's all stuff like From Software, Nintendo, Zelda, Final Fantasy on a single player to the single player extent. Excuse me, and Bethesda. So here we go. This is my top 20 list. We're gonna compare it to theirs now, finally, and I made my changes, and I think I've got the ones that I missed. So PoE 2 should be on this list somewhere. So I'll look for the word path. Path of Exile is on this list. No, no, no. So I think my choices are a lot different than theirs, but I don't think they're that far for what other people think. You know, 7 Days fell down this list because it's really just Minecraft. It's like Minecraft with zombies. It's actually so good, and like, you know, and all these others fall down the list. Like Terraria kind of deserved a place there for 2D cozy, but so does Stardew Valley. So I suppose we could say a group of games and take a bad game out. I suppose, which would be Final Fantasy 14. I think 14's on the out. Look, I think it kind of is. We're gonna get rid of 14 here. We're gonna point out games that are doing much better than 14 are doing because they're all the same game basically, which is Stardew Valley slash Stardew Valley. What's that one on the Switch where they all have their house that they build and they have like all these pets that they play with and all that stuff? What is that? It had a sequel. Sorry. Yeah. What is it? It's oh god. What's that game on the Switch? It's like I'll think of it. Animal Crossing 2. Animal Crossing 2. Terraria. These are the 2D, you know, platform, not platformers, but 2D isometric cozies. These are the cozy kings. Or they're not cozy. They're like, well, yeah, they're cozy. They're cozy kings. Yeah. So there's my weird crazy list. We compared it, and while we did have a lot, like Rivals was one of them I mentioned. Baldur's Gate 3 I don't think is a top 20 game. As it falls down, you're gonna see it. Stardew Valley is. Stardew Valley is. I was reluctant to leave Dead by Daylight out, but I mean DayZ deserves that spot. DayZ always did better than Dead by Daylight. I don't know why they're competing head to head right now, but you know DayZ is definitely always done better than Dead by Daylight. I like Team Fortress 2, and I think it's an extremely important game. But I mean, I covered Team Fortress 2 in the Source engine. TF2, Half-Life 2, Rust, and Gary's Mod. Right, source engine stuff, but Half-Life 2, that's all built on the Half-Life 2 source engine, so really, it's all Half-Life 2. Even Rust is Half-Life 2. Is one of the reasons why it belongs in the top 20. The only game on the market that plays exactly like Rust is Half-Life 2. It's the only one. Oh, there's other survival games like Ark and, you know, DayZ, but they're the only game that plays like Rust's engine, because it is Rust's engine, is Half-Life 2. It's a forked, fucked up copy of some Gary's Mod engine game, but it's still, you know, essentially Half-Life 2. And that's one of the reasons why I think Rust is the greatest game of all time, because, you know, Half-Life 2 is the greatest single player game of all time, short of Disco Elysium. Then Rust is the online version of Half-Life 2. Rust is what happens when you get Gordon Freeman and you release him on an island with 650 other Gordon Freemans and see which Gordon Freeman is the best Gordon Freeman. On the same engine, with the same graphics, with the same guns, same everything. I mean, if you want to understand Half-Life 2, then play Rust. If you want to understand Rust, play Half-Life 2. They're the same game. So there we go, and that's it. My comparison, while off, but I don't see anything missing here that's super crazy. I should have mentioned FC Sport or EA Sports FC 25, which is, I think, FIFA, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah, that's FIFA, isn't it? So FIFA deserved to be on this list, and I'm gonna bump something. It's Naraka. Naraka is not greater on this list than FIFA. EA, FIFA, and the reason that FIFA is so big is child gambling. Same reason for CS:GO 2 and Rust is child gambling. Child gambling. A lot of them are guilty of this. GTA 5, where's that? Rockstar did not make this list, and that's the other one that I'm missing. Yeah, we're going to bump PoE 1. And we're going to drop Daisy down. And what did I just say? What did I just say? I can't remember. It's what did I just say? I forgot one. I forgot one so bad. What was it? I forgot what it was. What was the game? I forgot it. Ah, yes, GTA 5. Or it was any Rockstar. GTA 5, RDR, and this is because writing. I would say it's writing and sandbox. Apex is big because it's BR YOLO and all this stuff. Yeah, so that's the end of the list. We compared and we're done with this session here. I just wanted to make sure it was good. Every couple of years, I make my list and I try to see what my top 20 is to see if my priorities and what I'm playing is right. And yeah, a bunch of these really are really super good. So now, but their top 20 is the Counter-Strike, Dota, PUBG, Bongo, Rust, Apex, Elden Ring, Night Rain, Dune, Tom Clancy, Banana, Grand Theft Auto 5 Legacy, Wallpaper Engine, Delta Force. How to play Bongo Cat with other games on Steam. Okay, so we're done with that session. Let's yeah, I'm getting towards maybe when I'm going to go to the dispensary, but I'm going to wait to make my phone call here for another half an hour or something like that. So I'll listen to some Mortal.
Attack to make it easier to charge weapons, which main attacks are stabs. If you do this, you will need to set up some sort of other keybinds though to attack from other directions. Binds though to make it easier to charge weapons, which main attacks are stabs. If you do this, you will need to set up some sort of other keybinds though to attack from other directions. One overlooked setting is your in-game audio. When in a large fight, at some point you are likely going to have tons of magic blowing out your eardrums, and you may miss certain callouts, which could compromise you and the group. So do some audio testing and try to avoid this from ever happening. Have Feint easily accessible. When a player loads into Mortal for their first time, their attacks look something like this. As they get more combat experience, they start to look like this. Easily accessible. When a player loads into Mortal for their first time, their attacks look something like this. As they get more combat experience, they start to look
No, as you try and train them to be like you, they start playing like you, bad.
like
In my experience, if they play like me, they do better.
and eventually like this.
If you just stab the dude over and over again, full charge, full charge, full charge, full charge, full charge, full charge. Unless they're like the best blocker parrier on the fucking server, which some of them are, you will kill them faster. Fucking bullshit. What was that?
The difference between all of these clips is the speed and variety of feints and morphs strung together. To become a better fighter, you need to get very comfy with the feint key. And if possible,
I hate the feint key.
I suggest binding it to a button on your mouse and not a key.
I'm gonna have some yogurt. I'll be right back.
In my opinion, you shouldn't need to take your fingers off the movement keys to feint. Setting up your hotbar. Head over to action bars in your key binding settings and decide which things belong where. For example, potions and clay buffs. Have them easily accessible. If you're an Augmere using pipes, you shouldn't have your pipes on a crazy keybind like Control 9. You want it to be quick and obvious. Try to find something convenient for you and stick with it to build muscle memory. On another note, some keybinds will not work when you are sprinting. For example, if I bind my potion to F and I'm sprinting away holding F, it may not work. For the most important keybinds, it's best to have an alternative slot with Shift so you can do whatever you need to while sprinting. Some notable keybinds to use would be Q, E, R, T, F, G, and numbers 1 through 5. And you could add Shift, Control, Alt to any of those. Now I want to talk about HUD and its size. You want your stats and your enemy stats noticeable, especially if you have a large monitor. You don't want to be turning your head to see yours or somebody else's health. I prefer to have these front and center on my screen. Now that we have discussed keybinds and gameplay settings, let's talk about how to win fights as a foot fighter. You're either frontline or flank pressure. Your job isn't flashy kills, it's control. Shut down healers, peel for your backline, soak hits with gear, and survive long enough for your team to clean up. Let's talk about clades and classes, the different types and their roles and counters in a team fight. To start off, let's talk about Thursars. Thursars are the team's DPS units. Their job is to weaken the enemy frontline and punish any mistakes with big damage. Thursars are equipped with defensive and offensive buffs. They have the highest damage output of any footy, however, they are very weak to magic, making them a decent frontline fighter. Augmers. Augmers are the team's tanks. They can soak up damage, and are typically built to be smaller and harder to hit with weapons or spells. They also have a clade that allows them to smoke a pipe for a health boost at the cost of Grey Bar, also making Augmers a decent frontline fighter. Velas. This is your Dex character. You aren't strong and you don't have good defenses, but you have speed. That's your advantage. You don't belong on the front line. Let your team advance and create a barrier. Slip through it and pressure the mages, diving in and out of the enemy.
Yeah, see, like I'm playing a character that's kind of like a DPS war, and I can't take hits. I die. You see it all the time. I die in like 2 or 3 hits because I did not spec for a tank class.
To keep their mages from healing or pressuring.
All the time I feel bad. I'm like, why do I lose this to this guy? It's because they are spec to like full plate and they can tank. I'm not, you know.
Defensive magic.
Sometimes I kill somebody way faster than they would, you know. If I hit 2 hits on a mage, they're dead.
Humans. They say humans aren't the
Oh, I
best
love
at
my
anything,
breakfast
but they
stews.
are good at everything. Humans are typically strong psi fighters, meaning you can create them in a way to have good physical damage, but also to endure magic damage. There's another type of human build though people play, which is a paladin, also known as a hybrid. A human paladin or human hybrid can use magic to open up a fight, but switch to being a footy. They aren't good mages and they aren't good footies. They are a decent utility slash versatility build, and not one I would recommend a beginner to play as. They rely heavily on gear crunching and consumables when compared to something like a Thursar or Mage. Keep in mind, this game wasn't exactly created with solo play in mind. A competitive team that wants to win needs a variety of these builds. Someone to do DPS on the front line or peel mages, someone to tank damage, and someone to distract the mages. Playing as a footy isn't about landing one hit, it's about wearing them down. Stamina pressure, mental pressure, punishing overcommitments, keeping tempo. Positioning wins fights. Don't tunnel vision one player. Control angles. Keep eyes on the team fight flow. Be where you're needed, not where you want to be. In a large team fight, stamina is your health bar. You lose stamina, you're
He's
dead.
good. This guy's
Even
good.
with full HP, every swing, jump, and parry drains it. Now that you have an idea on what
Do you
settings
jump
to
in
use,
combat? I don't.
which clay do you think you'll do best at? Let's discuss weapon types, and then how you can improve or help another improve as a footy. All this and more in the next video. If you enjoyed the video or found it useful, please leave a like and share.
This is the most skilled mortal streamer I've seen so far. They all suck. Like, no, none of them are good like this guy at all. I've seen all of them. They all suck. They're all worse than me. Except for this guy. This guy's definitely better than me. But all the rest of the streamers, I could take in a 1v1, I bet. Hey, he's a Rust player. Big surprise. Let's see what he does on Rust.
If I could save time
Yep. My god, the Arma engine is bad. You can see
I
it.
see him in the window over there. Hey, you still alive? I heard a body drop after that gunshot, so I'm assuming our guy died. There's a guy right there.
Oh, how did you not get lit up? Because he sucks. You're trying to say, like, you're good, but I don't think you're that good. That guy sucked. You should be dead. I wouldn't have missed. He had you dead to rights. You ran across the meadow in front of him.
Hey, friendly, friendly, friendly.
No, you aren't.
3v1.
My god, that combat's bad. Just get off it. Ugh. I can't even watch it. It's fucking so bad. Arma engine is garbage. I can't believe they fucked the army like that. Why did you give our greatest military, like, resource the worst video game engine of all time? What the fuck? Who did that? We need to fire that guy. Elon learns about authoritarianism the hard way. Los Angeles has not fallen, you idiot. Yeah, I wonder what's going on in the news cycle today. Are we about to have a revolution? I'm wondering, like, I can't sleep. And I can't sleep today because I'm scared the revolution might spark off. And I can't really miss it.
Ladies, gentlemen, vagabonds of all shapes and sizes. The problem with the gaming industry is there's too many. The problem with the gaming industry videos. Now, let's be honest, it's not like any of us cover any new problems. Why, between Total Biscuit and the Jimquisition, everything worth talking about was covered or predicted 10 years ago.
Is games media worse than it?
No, I'm going to pull a double. I'm going to caffeinate right now. I'll be right back. I don't want too much caffeine. Probably just a sip, huh? Yeah, one sip will do for a day. Gonna make a phone call. Never mind, line was busy.
Used to be. I don't necessarily think so, because frankly, the internet won't let it. It's still pretty bad in many ways, and I think that we could be a hell of a lot better. And that's what I'd like to discuss today.
More and more, EA's homogenizing its games. The horror series Dead Space becoming a cooperative cover-based shooter. RPGs like Mass Effect and Dragon Age getting online modes. And it's not just EA, of course. Tomb Raider's getting multiplayer, Fear 3's getting co-op. More and more, games are all boasting the same feature sets, the same options, because publishers are pre-chunky prego. They're all trying to distill the most successful elements of the most successful video games to create their very own perfect pasta sauce.
I think we need to think differently. And I'd like to think I think differently. I started in the food and hospitality industry, construction, food safety, and logistics. And as different as all these occupations are, they all emphasize standards and regulations because the world falls apart without them. To me, the Final Destination movies aren't about fate and the inevitability of death. They're about how lack of oversight is a machine. OSHA violations into dead bodies. To my horror, many problems in the gaming industry are systemic.
It's not funny, but I mean,
Game
what else can you do? He's talking about something really horrible as hell. But I mean, but the way he's delivering it is very comical, and I don't want to laugh at it, but it's because it's horrible. But it is funny. Like, what did he just say? He was like, I used to work for OSHA, and like, wait, what did he say? It was actually kind of crazy.
Regulations because the world falls apart without them. To me, the Final Destination movies aren't about fate and the inevitability of death. They're about how lack of oversight is a machine.
Lack of oversight is a machine. Lack of oversight is a machine. Oh my god, what is he about to say? I keep getting this pure gold. I'm gonna write a whole album of songs like that are just like jumbled up like sentences of statements like this where he's like, what did he say? It was crazy what he said. He was like,
the inevitability of death. They're about how lack of oversight is a machine.
like the Final Destination movies weren't about what?
As all these occupations are, they all emphasize standards and regulations because the world falls apart without them. To me, the Final Destination movies aren't about fate and the inevitability of death. They're about how lack of oversight is a machine.
Lack of oversight is a machine is actually a really crazy statement. I want to hear the whole statement again. It was weird.
The world falls apart. Industry, construction, food safety, and logistics. And as different as all these occupations are, they all emphasize standards and regulations because the world falls apart without them. To me, the Final Destination movies aren't about fate.
The world falls apart without them is actually a really good statement too. This song is going to be so good because it's coming out like Nirvana. It's totally gargled and completely out of order and chopped and screwed. What did he say? It was like the world
falls apart without them.
The world falls apart without them.
To me, the Final Destination movies aren't about fate and the inevitability of death. They're about how lack of oversight is a machine.
Lack of oversight is a machine. Is such a weird fucking thing to say, but I really, really like it. He's like a weird poet.
That turns OSHA violations into dead bodies. To my horror.
Violations into dead bodies. That's actually so fucking crazy what he said, and for different reasons. I recorded it and I'm gonna use it in a song.
Many problems.
Not that I'm trying to bite him or something. I'm just saying, like taking one sentence that is out of context in one of his videos and connecting it to a bunch of other crazy sentences that are all connected to a whole bunch of other crazy videos and stuff that all make statements that don't make sense. It's just a jumble of words. I don't think he can actually sue me for that either. It's just a jumble of words. Maybe he was like, "You stole a line from me," and I'd be like, "Yes, I did. Would you like the money for the song or something?" You can. But I mean, over that, it's just like, whatever. I just tried to quote you. That's all.
In the gaming industry,
is it plagiarism to steal that sentence if it's half the sentence and out of context and spun and jumbled into a poem that I didn't steal from him, or whatever I wrote myself? I don't think so. I think that's just citing the words that he used in executing it in a different jumble. David Bowie used to take sentences that were interesting like this. I'm ripping it off from David Bowie. I forget the name. There's a word for this. Oh no, are you killing me? No, get away from me. See, that's like how I think of humans now. I'm like, are you killing me or fucking with me in some way? Because that's all it's been for 20 years.
Systemic. In gamer terms, it's like when you try to play Skyrim. And
Why are you
swear-
shooting arrows at this guy that's like 110 meters away? You could hit him, but I mean, are you going to hit him? Just jump down there and kill him.
You're not gonna play as a stealth archer.
Why are you aiming at the fucking floor? Like, the guy's standing over here. You're on a controller, aren't you? And you can't tilt it or it's going to shoot way past your target. Controller player. Controller players are so funny. Like, it's totally okay if they're just a normal console player, but if it's a gamer who thinks that they're good and is still using a controller, you got to kind of wonder.
Your character ends
Oh,
up
never mind. He's not that bad.
crouched out of
That's
sight,
a good shot. Yeah, I mean,
slinging arrows from afar.
yeah, I mean, that's a good shot. Yeah, hey, he's not that bad.
In business, systemic issues mean that sometimes there are
Maybe it was
bad
somebody
people.
who's good. We don't know.
People rigging the system. But mostly, there's just people, and the system creates unintended behaviors. They're some of the most difficult to root out. You can't just point your fingers at a bad guy and go, "That's the one, officer. Take him away, boys."
Take him away,
You did it, you
boys.
save the town. And
Make
worse
him
than
away,
that,
toys.
any solution you come up with for a systemic problem will probably get removed one day, because good solutions make people forget what the problems were to begin with. It's like getting a new manager that's really gung-ho about cutting costs so they get rid of all the fire safety equipment to save a few grand a year. Do the math. Fire safety has theoretically infinite value, but you can't plug theoretics into a spreadsheet. On the other hand, saving money from fire inspections, now that makes a pretty pie chart. This is called the McNamara fallacy. Do you know this one? It's when you make decisions based solely on numbers and ignore everything you can't measure. Because if you can't measure it, then it must not be important. It was Robert McNamara, that one guy.
It's a
in
slippery
Blackout
slope
Zombies that
fallacy
wasn't
or
Nixon,
whatever.
Kennedy or Castro.
I don't even know what you would call that. There's so many fallacies in that statement. I don't know what they all
Big
are.
manufacturing whiz who worked his way up.
Yeah, what would it have been? It would have been like, okay, so wait, what did he say again? It was like, so if you can't measure, because, okay, if there's an unknown quantity which can't easily be measured or given a quantitative value, you just disregard it. It's kind of like saying, if you don't know where the serial killer is as he stalks through the hospital in Halloween 2 to come kill what's her name, Jamie or whatever from Halloween or whatever, he doesn't exist because I can't see him right now. And there's so many fallacies in this that we have to take the refresher course in fallacies again, because I can't remember which one it is. It's there's a bunch of them here. It's slippery slope. No, it's not slippery slope. That's like, if you do something bad, it'll just keep getting worse and worse. This isn't that. This is moving the goalpost, I think. Is it moving the goalpost? I don't know. I'm shaky on my fallacies, I guess. I'm a little bit shadier and tired, and my brain isn't working as well because I'm tired. But I think this one is moving the goalpost, I think. No. It's willful something. I don't know what you would call this, but it's a fallacical thinking in a way. Fallacical isn't a word, but it's like sort of like what I think of as like fallacy thinking, which is like, because you don't understand something, you just don't pay attention to it. And there's a word for this, but I don't know which fallacy it is, but it's an incredibly dumb argument. It's sort of like saying we can't measure the meteor that's about to strike the earth because we can't see it, so it doesn't exist. Like it's like, don't look up. And what is this? It's like when you have your blinders on. I'm going to have to do the refresher course in fallacies, list of fallacies, right? Because I should know this by heart, but I'm tired. What is it? I can't remember which fallacy this is. No, where's the one that I like? There it is. I like this one a lot. Jill Barrett, she's good. Go.
If you find yourself talking to someone who strawmans so hard that they're going to be picking chaff out of their hair for a week, it would be good to be able to point at what exactly it is that's making meaningful discussion impossible. I will also put a link to a website which has pages entitled Your Logical Fallacy Is, which also has more detailed explanations. Let's go. Fallacy of composition. If it's true of the parts, then it's true of the whole. If there are three great...
There it is! It's the first one. It's fallacy of composition. Or no, I don't know if it's that one, but it's kind of like that. It's like assuming that if you don't know something, then it must not be there. It's sort of like this fallacy of composition, because if you actually just compose the idea that you know it's there, you just can't see it, it doesn't disappear. It's sort of, I don't know what you would call this, but it's a bunch of different fallacies in that statement, that McNamara statement.
Players on my hockey team, then my hockey team must also be great, right? And the opposite, fallacy of division. If it's true of the whole, then it must be true of the parts. If my flat is about...
No, willful ignorance. Like, maybe that's actually like the fallacy itself. It's willful ignorance, which is like, I don't like the outcome, so I'm not going to measure it. What is that one? No, that's the fallacy. It's like, I don't like the outcome, so I'm not going to measure it. No, that's not it. It's because he's like, if I can't measure it, then it doesn't exist. If it's something that I don't understand, or it's an unquantifiable thing, then I can't I can't say that it exists. Like you need to see something in order to believe that it exists. The people could tell you that all the planets exist, like Saturn and Jupiter, but until you land on them, they don't exist, sort of, because until you can prove that they do, then they don't.
Size of your flat, then it follows logically that my doors must be half the size of your doors. The gambler's fallacy is the idea that streaks of good luck or bad luck exist and are not just random noise.
It's something about composition, though. Like the composition of his argument is like, it's the quantitative fallacy. It's the quantitative fallacy. Let's look into this, right? That's the name of it. I've heard of this one before. It's the quantitative fallacy. I was like, I don't remember the name of this one, though. She's going to talk about it, but she talks about it very briefly. The quantitative fallacy, right? Quantitative fallacy. You're mistyping over and over again, and I don't know why. The quantitative fallacy, also known as the McNamara fallacy, which is an insult for a fucking idiot right-winger who ran the CIA, refers to the error. It's kind of like Trump. Eventually, they're going to call lying like, oh man, you're just trumping me. You're trumping me here. Don't trump to me. Refers to the error. I'm gonna start saying that. I'm like, don't Trump to me, right? I'm gonna replace the word lie with Trump. Refers to the error of relying solely on quantifiable data. The error of relying solely on quantifiable data. So like, you're in a bad situation. You just crashed a plane into the jungle, and you can hear a crazy like rushing water of a river to the left, and you hear nothing to the right, and you don't know what's to the right because you can't see over the bivouac or whatever, but you know that there's something on the left, so you just go to the left because you don't know what's on the right. But the problem is, on the left is a bunch of tigers, on the right is just some empty space into a lake that you can jump into and get away free. So because you don't understand what the lake is, or if it's even there or not, you just remove it completely from your calculations. But the problem is, if you go left, you go to tigers. If you go right, you jump into the lake and get away, right? So because you don't understand that it's just such a crazy fallacy to even describe, kind of, because you don't understand what's on path right. You just ignore that path right exists and just keep on going down the left path towards the tigers, I guess. Which is, to me, I would call it basically willful ignorance. It's like willful ignorance. That's what I would have called this fallacy. I wouldn't have called it the McNamara fallacy. I would have called it they call it the quantitative fallacy, which is like, if you can't quantify it, then it's not real. It's like saying God doesn't exist because I've never seen God. But I mean, would a God come down and just say hello to you? I mean, I guess supposedly they do that, but no, we've never had like a recorded fucking thing of where God just comes down and says hi. So and this is the problem with like kind of like I would say atheists, is because they can't quantify God. They just don't believe it exists. And that's actually, and yeah, and this is one of the big problems with atheism, is that it follows the quantitative fallacy all the time, which is like, if you can't measure it, then it doesn't exist. I mean, just because you can't see the nuclear bomb falling on Nagasaki, does that nuclear bomb not exist? You know, and I don't mean to make that terrible example. I'm trying to make a very, very very, very hard hitting one where like your willful ignorance doesn't change the fact that the blade's about to fall on you. You know, you could be in the guillotine and you can't look upwards because they've got your head fucking braced in a fucking neck thing, because you can't look upwards and quantify that there's a blade about to drop. You just believe it doesn't exist. But I mean, you're in a fucking guillotine and there is a blade and there's a crowd and there's a dude in a black, pullover thing, and you can make the assumption that the blade might be there, but you don't, because you can't see it, right? You're like, oh, the blade doesn't exist and I shouldn't fight the guard and try to free myself like Indiana Jones and not get my head chopped off. Or there's a man who is very famous for pulling his head out of the guillotine like 4 times in his life or something like that, and the French went nuts for it. Like the French in their guillotine era, they thought of the guillotine as kind of like burning the witch, right? Because it kind of was. It was like, we're going to put you in your head in this noose thing here, but we're not going to like seal you in there. And if you want, you can lift your head up fast enough and you might not get your head chopped off. They tell you this, but they're like, the blade will take a second to drop. So you've got like a second to move your fucking head. And I swear to God, they don't say it like this, but I believe they play games like this where they did this in the Salem witch trials as well. They were like, burn the witch, because we don't know what she does at night, so we're just gonna assume she's a witch, and that's the problem. You didn't see what she did, so you just assume that it's like something really horrible, and it's like the opposite of quantitative. It's like the assumption fallacy that they're doing something that they might not actually be doing, when it's often actually usually Occam's razor, which is the simplest explanation, is almost always the best answer. So, so it's never that she's like down at the river fucking your husband and casting spells on your children, right? That's just where your mind goes with it. She's actually down at church talking to them about how you beat her or whatever, right? So like it's just weird, and maybe trying to get the kid away from you. It's weird. It's just like so weird. It's so like quantifiable data, if you can't measure it, you shouldn't ignore it. That's like saying, I don't know what a desert is, but if I walk through it for 3 days without water, I'll be fine because I don't know what a desert is. And you can notice that you're getting thirsty and sweaty and hot and dusty and unhappy and it's starting to fall down and be like, I need water, right? But because you don't know what a desert is, you just say the desert doesn't exist and you're not thirsty or hungry or starving or dying or anything like this. And so then you just keep on thinking that because you can't quantify whatever it is that you're seeing, that it just doesn't exist. And that sort of thing, that willful ignorance. Now, if I pull McNamara and the words willful ignorance, I'm going to get a treatise by some kind of professor. Watch. It's the willful ignorance fallacy. They call it the willful ignorance fallacy. It's like, you don't want to believe something really horrible is going to happen. Like, we might have a revolution over your Los Angeles ICE boner, you fucking piece of shit traitor, right? And so you don't want to admit that you don't want, you can't conceive of the public rising up against you, and you've never seen it happen before, and it's like this unquantifiable thing for you because you have no idea what would happen or how it would be executed, or if they shoot at you or mob you or what, right? So you just assume that it can't happen. And this is probably what'll happen to Trump too. He assumes that shit just can't happen because it's not happened to him and it's not a quantifiable thing that's ever happened to him before. So he, just like McNamara, he ignores this idea that he might have pissed off the entire goddamn country pretty much. He just ignores it. It's like the willful ignorance, right? Romney's comments demonstrate willful ignorance, right? Arrogance and willful ignorance rather than a lack of accessible expertise was always the real problem for Kennedy's men. But I mean, I don't know. Look, from 3 weeks ago, somebody talked about willful ignorance is destroying America. It's like we willfully ignore how racist and piece of shit the right wing has got. We willfully ignore when Crypt Keeper Dinosaur Dons take over the highest office in the fucking land and sleep through the fucking shift. We willfully ignore the tribal war that is tearing us apart when we really do want to duke it out, and that's not too good. I wish we just talk about it. Like the fact that we can't stand each other, and that some kind of like peace needs to be addressed and made, because the right and the left cannot stand each other, and the willful ignorance of that will take us to having blades at each other's throat, to each other's throats as the Russian and Chinese storm our shores. You know, it's just crazy. It's like that. It's the trouble travels in threes, right? I wrote a song about this. So you have some problems with Israel Palestine, you have some problems with Putin and Israel. Putin and Ukraine. And what's the third problem, right? Because trouble always travels in threes. It's the willful ignorance of these fucking problems. The willful ignorance that the man has never read the Constitution before. The willful ignorance that he was creeping around a fucking like a beauty pageant looking at little girls' dress. The creepiness of him talking about his daughter, or the grab him by the pussy comment, the willful ignorance of him kicking the black man out of his rally, or talking about shooting somebody on Fifth Avenue. It's willful ignorance. It's full of fallacy. It can't take you anywhere good. It like ignoring the truth can't ever take you anywhere good, really. So because you don't understand other possibly more important non-quantitative information, right? You just ignore it, and this gets people in trouble constantly. Like, you can't just ignore the fact that the train's coming and you wedged your foot in the fucking tracks. You can act like the train's not coming, and or just ignore it, like willfully ignore the fact that the train's coming and not think about the fact that your boot's caught in the fucking train spike of the train tracks. But the train's coming, whether or not you fucking ignore it or not. You know, like the Vietnam War came whether you ignored it or not, you piece of shit.
Been read 6 times in a row. It's on a streak. Too quickly. Or who are you to talk? If your sister, who does no X.
So I want to hear quantitative, but I don't know which one it is. Does she timestamp them? Genetic fallacy is actually really crazy, and I look at red herring quite a lot. But we're looking for quantitative, and I don't remember this on her list. Yeah, I think the quantitative fallacy they had to invent for assholes in our fucking military who willfully ignore terrible problems. Like terrible problems, like the naval bases being shut down, the fact that we couldn't actually beat a country that's 1/100th of our fucking size. We just willfully ignored this. We just accepted 3,500 of our own deaths that our own politicians like caused and stuff. We just willfully ignored that George Bush and Cheney like fucking caused 9/11 and killed 4,000 Americans and shit. If they didn't directly like finagle it to happen, their fucking ignorance absolutely did lead to it. It's either one or the other. It's either bungling or full-blown they orchestrated it. It's one or the other. And honestly, I think bungling is honestly worse. It's better when they orchestrate it, because then you know they're evil and you can kind of just come to peace with it. You can come to peace with why this stuff happens. But you can't really come to peace with somebody ignoring something so horrible as America dying and not doing anything about it. You can't really ignore it, you know? Quantitative is an actually really interesting one. I suppose I should type it into the YouTube and see what pops. Let's look at McNamara and quantitative fallacy on YouTube and see if anybody's talking about this, because I think our entire government is engaging in this right now. We willfully ignored, I didn't like Sleepy Joe at first. I really didn't like it when they called him Sleepy Joe. You want to know why? The man has a goddamn stutter. We all know. If you've ever had a friend with a stutter, and I'm autistic, and I have a lot of autistic friends, and I have at least 3 friends who stutter, something like that, 4 or 5, I don't know, but I know I have a lot of friends who stutter. One of them really badly was in my high school, and he had a stutter that you really couldn't get around. He could barely speak. And so I have some experience with people who have stutters. and they speak slowly and very carefully, like Joe Biden. Now, he was sleepy, and he was tired, and he was sick, and he did have cancer, apparently, or at least that's what they say. I don't know what all the fucking health I don't want to know what my president's health issues are unless he wants me to know. I don't think it's my business, frankly. So, you know, I don't want him to know mine either. So, whatever. I mean, I believe in privacy still in America, so I don't know what his fucking problems are, but we know that he kind of slept through losing to Trump. And they voted for a candidate in this willful ignorance. There's like a willful ignorance that I can't fucking stand in running a Democrat fucking, like, not incumbent, but like a runner-up, like running a fucking, like a contender who we've never heard of before. The level of willful fucking ignorance in that is insane. There was AOC. There was even, I don't even think Michelle Obama was willing to do it, but there were so many others. There was like Pelosi. There was like AOC. Even Gavin Newsom, who they hate right now, was still a lot more fucking qualified at that time, you know, than fucking Kamala. Now, this is shitty to Kamala, and I feel bad. I'm not lashing out at Kamala. She was wonderful, and I don't have any issue with her. You know, whatever, she's fine. I don't really like her whole pantsuit, like, suit dummy, like, prosecutor vibe, because I've been fucked by people like that my whole goddamn life, and I was very honest about that. But it has nothing to do with the color of her skin, or the fact that she's a Democrat, or any of the normal reasons that people hate her. You know what I'm saying? It has to do with, like, you know, the fact that like we don't know her, and there's like this we don't know her. We didn't truly know Joe when we voted for him. I had no idea who Joe was when I voted for him. Like, I knew who Obama was. They really vetted him, and I felt good, and you can hear him speak, and you can see who he was. I thought of Joe as Obama's quiet lapdog who just served the servile interests of the corpos and stuff, which is what the Democrats do. That's their fucking job. They go along with wars, they lose elections, and they're servile to people who have money and guns, which is really weird. And they like their race wars. We don't know why. They like to defend against race wars without any consideration of where that might end us up, such as dropping the atomic bomb on the Japanese. Like, they all love their fucking race wars. So then they do stuff like drop the fucking nuclear bomb on fucking Nagasaki and Hiroshima and shit like this. So all the time I'm like, God damn it, man. So the McNamara fallacy is something that all these people are engaging in. It is willful ignorance of Joe's stutter. It's that he can't speak. It was willful ignorance that we took a president who does not have the power of speech to the entirety that the greatest, highest office in the land should have. Now, you're going to think I'm some Republican trying to rag on Joe, but no, I'm just talking about holding the highest office in the land. If you are holding the highest speaker's office in the fucking land, you should probably not have a stutter. It's fucking fucked up and shitty and really disrespectful to hold it against him. But I mean, it is the highest speaker's office in the fucking land. So this affected us. So he let it be when they called him Sleepy Joe. He didn't want to tell the public, I don't think, that he had a stutter. It was like this personal thing. So when he finally did, we were like kind of mystified by it. We were like, I didn't know. My generation didn't know. We were like, we don't watch CNN and Fox and all their fake news bullshit. We have to actually hear this shit from like social media or YouTube or our friends or our family or something like this. And then we finally hear that, yes, he has a stutter, and that's why he talks so slow all the fucking time. And I was like, oh, okay, he's King's Speech. Remember the movie King's Speech? And I was like, oh, he's like King's Speech? Okay, I love King's Speech. I've seen that movie like 15 times. It is like the most, what's that word? It's like the most inspiring movie that's ever been made. King's Speech, like overcoming a speech impediment is like, there's two things that really fuck humans up. It's public speaking and speech impediments, and they're both really hard to overcome. But he did both. He got over his fear of public speaking. Prince Albert, I think it was. He got over his fear of public speaking, which Joe Biden had, and he got over his stutter long enough to make like 20-minute addresses right after, you know, Churchill attacked, you know, the Nazis and stuff like this. So like, and so I was like, oh, Joe is King's Speech, and this made me like Joe. I was like, oh, I understand Joe a lot more now. This is a super calculated, crazy dude who's never let on that he even has a stutter, and he's just as calculated as Obama and The Fly. Have you guys ever seen Obama and The Fly? I thought Obama was just some suit dummy and stuff until he took out a fly faster than I could probably do it. It was insane. He was like, hold on. It just got it fast, no hesitation, nothing. Like probably in the White House, there's a bunch of flies, so he's like used to doing this. But Obama and The Fly fucking tripped me out. I was like, not only is my president awesome, black, I always thought he was gay. I'm sorry, that wife of his is wonderful, but when you look in his eyes, you can see the puppy dog. And I swear to God, I hate saying this, but the truly gay men, they all look benignly kind in their usually brown eyes and stuff. It's insane. And so you can see the benign, kind eyes of a gay man. Now, he's probably straight. I know he's straight. He's got kids and all that stuff. But I still see the benign, kind eyes of a gay man who's never threatened anybody in his life. You know, I'm sorry. The way he dresses, the way he talks. He looks like Giancarlo Esposito or whatever before he was ever the Chicken Man. You know, what's that in Breaking Bad? You know, what did he play? You know, the evil guy, the villain in Breaking Bad. I can't think of him. Breaking Bad villain. What's his name? Gustavo Fring. Excuse me. I knew it as I saw it, right? Gustavo Fring. So he looks like Gustavo Fring. He acts like Gustavo Fring. Gustavo Fring acted like Obama. And I swear to God, Giancarlo Esposito is probably one of the most flaming actors I've ever seen without ever appearing flaming. He absolutely is. He's kind of like Niles from Frasier. Niles from Frasier was married too, but I don't believe it. I don't believe that actor, David Hyde Pierce, is straight. I just don't believe it. Maybe he's just British and I don't know any better, but I really have always thought that David Hyde Pierce was gay, Obama was gay, and who else? There's like another one that I can't remember who it is right now, but there's somebody who's really, really like known to be straight, but I'm like, no, that's a gay man. You can tell from the eyes. When you can tell that they've never ever harmed somebody. They've never ever done anything wrong. They've always impeccably dressed. Always. All of their whole... Like, when he wears a suit, he's not a suit dummy. Do you see it? Like, all of the people, all of the leadership in America, when they wear a suit, they're fucking suit dummies. When Obama does it, it looks cheek, right? And this is something that straight men can't do. So I've always thought that marriage they had was kind of crazy and that it wasn't really as tight as they said it was. And I always thought that Michelle was kind of a sympathetic sort of Hillary type, and I don't think she has anywhere near the skeletons in the closets that the Clintons do. But I think they're all weird crime families, from the Bidens to the Obamas to the Clintons and all this stuff. I don't trust the Republicans because they get busted for murder all the time and hush up stories and all this other shit. I don't trust either one. So here's Obama and The Fly, and like I was like, oh my God, like not only is my president like an awesome gay black ass, but an awesome gay black person, but he's also he's also like a ninja. He's like a samurai. When you watch him kill this fly, the way he moves. Sorry. He's like, hold on, I gotta fly and it's annoying me. And inside of 3 seconds, he confirms the kill. Faster than most Call of Duty players. Watch.
Start over. Hey.
3, 2, 1. Make the kill.
Nice.
Obama and the motherfucking Fly, bitch. I love Obama and the Fly. I think about this all the time. Joe couldn't do this. Joe was asleep. So, but because we thought that he was geriatric, and this is what destroyed the Democratic Party. I don't care what my mother or anybody else says about it. I say what happens to the Democratic Party, and I'll remind them too. The progressive, the only really good, well, not only, but like there's like 10 good progressives in the fucking country or something. It's insane. There's like 10. They're like, we're like a rare breed, and we're born. We're not made. We're like, we are not made. We are born. Like we're born this way. It's fucking weird. I swear to God. Like you can see it from Hasanabi. He is born this way. He doesn't want to be like this. He just is like this. It's fucking crazy. He questions everything and he gets the real story every single time. And I try to do that too. So like, where I'm going with this is I don't trust either side. And so, but this caused a problem, right? Because we didn't trust either side, because Obama allowed the bank crisis, Trump bungled COVID. Bush bungled 9/11 or committed it. And, and Nixon did Watergate, and they've all got these terrible war crimes. They're all war crime people, almost all of them. All of our major leadership for the last 50 years have done things that I would consider to be close to war crime level of at least ignorance or bungling, right? It's like almost war crime level. Like the way we handled COVID was almost war crime level of terrible. It was like a million. It's like war crime level. I'm not kidding. I'm not exaggerating about this. We lost like 1 million people. That is war crime level. That's like genocide level of death, right? And so then I think, so when they finally let out that Joe Biden, it's like later too, it's like 5 years into the 8-year bid or something, they finally let out that Joe has a speech impediment. Now, my mother and the CNN crowd knew this like a year and a half before we did, because the fucking media vets everybody, and they know that he's seen speech, they know every doctor he's ever been to, because they're looking for A's to see if he's gay or some kind of crack smoking like hooker or something like that. They're looking at all of his medical bills to see if he's got some kind of drug addiction. They're looking to see if he's like on ad abuse for being an alcoholic and stuff like this. The media is fucking relentless. So the media digs up, I don't know, like 4 or 5 years into the Joe Biden presidency, that he's got a speech impediment, which was news to the internet, like idiot kids who are out living their own lives on the streets or smoking weed or working or whatever, who don't give a shit about the dinosaur diaper dons or anything that they do. And so we're like kind of surprised when we find out that, yes, Joe Biden actually is a really inspiring story, kind of like King's Speech, where his speech is slow because he's got a terrible stutter speech impediment. And after his son's death, it only got worse because he's like this anxious person. After he lost his son, he was never truly right. They talk about this all the time. He was like never truly right? So we watched a lot about Joe Biden during the election cycle and stuff too. And but we don't talk about this, right? So because they didn't want to admit that he had a speech impediment, or if they didn't want to admit, they just didn't want to broadcast it. I don't know if they cared if he had a speech impediment or were trying to hide it, but he definitely speaks so slowly and eloquently that he wasn't an Obama. He was somebody with a speech stutter that was trying to lead the world. Now, I found that inspiring. When you understand, when you've seen the King's Speech, you're like, oh, what an inspiring lot that story is, right? And you're like, oh, my president is King's Speech, and I didn't even know. It's kind of like that story about Nikocado Avocado, who like gained like 550 pounds or whatever. It was like 450 pounds or something when he was mukbanging, and then he shows up like 6 months later and he was like, I tricked all of you. I got fat on purpose, and then I lost all 425 pounds in 3 weeks. And he was like, just to show you guys that I am that much in control of my body. And he pulls out all the paperwork and the doctor's notes. And he's like, I lost like 220 pounds in like whatever it was. It was like two months or something, or whatever. Was it 2 months? Yeah. Or two, I think it was 2 or 3 years. He was like, I lost 275 or what it was like 375 pounds or something in the last 2 years. And he shows up butt naked skinny, and the whole world, like he was like 90 pounds soaking wet when he showed up, like the original Nikocado Avocado. And the whole point of it was to show the world that they body shame everybody. They body shame everyone. And he was right. He blew the minds of every girl that pays attention to social media, including my ex-girlfriend, for like, for like a year, because they were like, wait, he got fat on purpose and then lost it in 2 months. We thought he was just some deadbeat loser who mukbanged too much. And not deadbeat, but just some loser who mukbanged too much and got too fat to keep his career. But no, the whole thing was like this. He was like, no, we're like these crazy YouTube stars with millions of views, with staffs and writers, and we pitch ideas and stuff like this. And he was like, somebody pitched the idea of a crazy body transformation like Mac from Always Sunny. It proved to the world that I'm not some feckless fat ass who just stays fat all the time and can't control things because I mukbang or whatever. And so he lost like 250 pounds in 3 months or whatever it was. And he showed up like 90 pound thin when they were expecting to see somebody who was 450 pounds. And they find out that the whole thing was like this mind fuck that him and his fucking editors dreamed up like a year and a half ago. And the timing supports it. There's no way he could have lost that weight that fast. He was like, nope, I bulked up on milkshakes over a 5-month period, and we tried to make me fat Nikocado Avocado. And we did this on purpose to show you that no, I never ever lost control of the fucking character. I just ran with the spins and the punches of the storyline plot, which was Nikocado does mukbangs, so he gets fat and loses his career. But no, it's all just some fucking like storyline that's written by fucking authors who sell fucking, you know, content commentators like scripts and stuff like this. It's insane. That's how manufactured this shit actually is, right? And so the body shame thing, right? The whole world went after Joe for being sleepy. And I was like, you fucking shitheads, you sound so much like the Nazis, it's not even funny. You're like making fun of a man with a speech impediment. How long till you fucking take him to the gas chambers for being disabled, you know? And that was the leftist response to it. We were like, you dislike this person because he has a speech impediment? I mean, how is that different from disliking somebody because he's black or gay or a woman or anything else? It's basically the same old fucking like body shame negativity. It's the same old racism, the same old fat shaming, the same old bullying. It's bullying. And so they called him sleepy relentlessly for like the fucking reptards. They called Joe sleepy for like 2.5 years. And I used to cry about this. I was like, but he's King's Speech. I'd be like, I'm such a fucking, like, I'm not gullible. I'm just empathetic. I'm like, but he's King's Speech. He's not sleepy. He's King's Speech. But no, they're Democrats. They lied to us. And he is sleepy. He's sleepy. He had cancer. He was sleepy. He was sleeping on his cancer. He was sick. And so, like, why are we expected to trust these people who start riots in our greatest cities? Like, you know, fail to build walls and start foreign wars that last 25 years and all this shit. Why are we supporting these people still? I don't really understand it. Like it would have been okay if Joe was actually sleepy because of a speech impediment. But no, it was both. He was working with cancer, drugs, lying, sleep impediment, all the stuff that we really believed Joe Biden wasn't doing that the Republicans said he was. They were like, he's sleepy. And we're like, and the good liberals who don't like bullies, we're like, stop bullying the King's Speech guy. You know, stop bullying him. He's got a speech impediment. Like, you ever had a problem before? You ever had like a pimple, or, you know, maybe you cut your hair wrong, or you got a boog hanging, or maybe you go to school and you're wearing the wrong color socks or something. They're making fun of you, or you go to school on St. Patrick's Day and you're not wearing green because you don't remember what day it is or something. You ever fucked up before, right? And so, like, and we're like, come on, he's got a speech impediment. You ever had an issue before? You know, you ever had something you're not proud of before? You hide it, and you're not proud of it, and you don't broadcast it to people, and you just try to surpass it and get above it. That was the attitude at first. But then he announced Build Back Better and then did nothing. Boats crashed into bridges. Paradise and Lahaina burned. They lost control of Israel-Palestine. Not that they ever had control in the first fucking place. Those are Israel and Palestine, not America. We don't control Israel-Palestine or Russia-Ukraine. They are not us. We don't control China. We don't control Japan, our greatest debtors. We drop bombs on them and kill them and talk shit about them in the world stage all the time, even though we don't know who Xi Jinping even is. And we talk shit about the CCP like we know what communism is, but we're a bunch of Yankee capitalists. We don't know shit about communism, but we talk a lot of shit about it. You know, and I don't know. I don't really like making fun of things in the world stage that I don't understand. You might hurt some feelings there. You know, you might piss off some Putins and some Xi Jinpings, or worse, Japans, who we actually did nuclear strike in the last 100 years. And if you piss off anybody, don't piss off Japan. Please don't piss off Japan. Japan is our friends. They give us trillions of dollars. They've done nothing to us ever, almost. They've never almost done it. You could say Pearl Harbor, I guess, but I still believe that was some kind of Cheney working way back then, who convinced like a bunch of military people to do a false flag. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to American troops. I'm saying that yes, Pearl Harbor happened. Yes, the Japanese bombed the Pearl Harbor. I think it was orchestrated. And yes, we did hate them. And yes, we did do something to them because of it. But I believe this is all on some kind of script. I'm sorry, but I believe it was a script. I think it was a script written up by Aristotle Onassis while he made a bet with fucking William Randolph Hearst over a fucking chess game or something like that. And I swear to God, that's what they all say it was. And I think that's what this was. And so I think they kibitz in the Pearl Harbor. I think they kibitz with kibitz is a word from Russia which means mess with world governments when you shouldn't because you don't understand them or speak their language. It happens in chess too. Like chess players will try to cheat on each other when they don't even speak each other's language and stuff, and they call that kibitzing. When some other player comes and gives you hints on how to beat somebody, that's kibitzing. If you speak to the player's friends and learn what their style is through them, that's kibitzing and stuff like that. You're supposed to go into the game without any preconceived notions of what your opponent is beyond what their rating is, right? And you don't know what you're hopefully you studied their games, but you don't know what they're going to play that day, right? But I mean, a lot of kibitzing happens on in the world stage. And so like now I'm very worried about the kibitzing that Donald Trump has done with China and Russia and North Korea and all the people that, and especially Japan, because if there was anybody in that whole lot that would have a right to actually do something to us, it's Japan. They have loaned us like $7 trillion or whatever it is. It's like $2 to $5 trillion. I forget what the actual amount is, but it's like $2 to $5 trillion. They are our greatest debtor. If you recall, we dropped nuclear bombs on them. Their response to it was, well, to loan shark us, which is something that terrifies me, frankly, was to become our loan shark, right? And they are our loan shark. They expect major interest, and if we don't pay, that might be kind of bad. I mean, that's how bad stuff happens. Is when you don't pay your contracts or bills. That's when bad stuff starts to happen. So the Japanese, we nuked them, even though we weren't fighting them technically. We were because of Pearl Harbor, but we weren't really truly fighting the Japanese. We were fighting the Koreans and the Nazis. I mean, they were Nazis too, the Japanese at that time. But I mean, like, we weren't at war with fucking Japan. We were at war with Germany. We were at war with Japan the day that Pearl Harbor happened, but we were not at war with Japan till that happened. We were at war with Germany. So we drop a nuclear bomb on Japan for 3,000 murders when we know every fucking world government wants Hitler and is offering like $100 million for his head. And so what do? We drop a nuclear bomb on a million like innocent civilians in Nagasaki and Hiroshima to teach them a lesson about Pearl Harbor that we wanted them to teach us a lesson about so we could enter the war when we always said that we wouldn't. And then we entered the war and we fought the Nazis like we wanted to, and everything worked out in the end, kind of. But we have this asshole with a low IQ running our country, and I'm terrified he's going to go try and stick his thumb up the butthole of Japan like he did to Russia and China. Now that's okay to do to Russia and China because if you recall, we've never traded shots. We fought them in Indochina wars and stuff like this, and we fuck with them and they fuck with us, and we fear them and they fear us. And Russia's threatened to nuke us, and we threatened to nuke Russia, I think. Anyway, I don't know if we've ever threatened to nuke Russia, but I know that Joseph Stalin definitely hinted at nuking us, and we were terrified of it, right? So like, but we're okay. We are technically, as America, we are like in that war, World War II. I should go do World War II studies, I think. We are technically the least aggressor. We're the people who didn't get involved. We just gave money to everybody. We're the good homie who just says, I'm sorry, this sucks for everybody, and I'm going to help everybody here. That's who America was. Till the Republicans were like, we have to go to war. We can't have the Nazis killing all these Jews and all this stuff. They were right. But I mean, like, but they also insisted on going to war. When the public was like, no, they were like, what do you mean, no? We're the government. We're going to war. And the public was like, fuck no. And they put it right on the front page of the New York Times. We're like, isolationists forever, right? We were like, no, we're not going to war. That crazy asshole will nuke us. They'll all nuke us. They're like, we were very afraid that the Russians and the Germans had taught us our nuclear fucking science and that they were further in it because they were. They were. We had the Manhattan Project and we surpassed them, thank God, because we dumped all of our money, time, and effort into the Manhattan Project and grew superior in force and in threat and was able to end the confrontation. But I mean, like, we weren't really fighting Japan. We dropped nuclear bombs on Japanese civilians that fucked them up for 50 fucking years. And I'm not trying to go on some guilt trip. I'm saying of all of the world adversaries that we have, I don't want the word Japan in Trump's mouth. I really don't. And I swear to God, when you meet these fucking South African right-wing apartheid shithead racists who kick black people out of their fucking rallies and talk about white supremacists in fucking Africa who need saving and all this other shit, right? They're Nazis. They're fucking Nazis, right? One thing about them, they can't stand Asian people or black people. You know they can't. They constantly start wars with them all the time, or step on their necks and end up getting fucking fucked in public and stuff like Ferguson and shit like this. This is one thing about the fucking right wing and like the crazy right wingers is they really don't like people of other color. You can see it when they talk. It's insane. So I don't want them in our world stage. These are foreigners who don't look like us, who are not white. I don't want these people like Trump in our world stage. They don't have the fucking diplomatical skills. If a president requires somewhere around like 7 to 9, plus 7 to plus 9 skills in diplomacy, if he is to do his job with a sense of aplomb and accuracy and efficacy, then I don't know. I lost my train of thought here, but it's like, I'm scared he's gonna fucking attack our greatest victim. Our greatest victim is Japan. And I swear to God, I think all of this Russia kibitzing, all of this China, and I don't think anybody suspects this but me, but I think the real wound in the world in the last 100 years was not Vietnam, not even really the bunker, not even Germany really. I believe it was actually Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Now, we were fighting Japan, and they were Nazis and Axis powers, and they were fucking us up and doing stuff we really didn't like. And they had, they did do Pearl Harbor and stuff. There is nothing but truth behind those stories. There was a reason that Pearl Harbor happened. There was a reason why we responded the way that we did. There was many, many reasons. But the problem is, those people were not our enemy. Now, right, okay, and them being the honor-based culture that they were like, well, we've obviously got some problem with Americans, and we've obviously seen what happens if we fuck with them, so we don't ever want to fuck with them, we just want to be friends. So how did they do this? They ingratiated themselves to our diplomatic and leadership positions. They offered us financial loans when we were in trouble during the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 23-year-old forever war in Afghanistan and all this shit. I mean, I know all this by heart because I've seen it 50 billion times right on the television screen. It's insane. They talk about this all the time. And so, Japan gave us... Japan's U.S. deficit is in the trillions. It's like 1.13 trillion in U.S. Treasury debt, which means that and those are bonds, which means that we have to pay them. They're like bonds. They're not cash or credit, right? They're fucking bonds, which means that we give them like gold or whatever it is. I don't even know how bonds work, but it's fucking crazy. But even at its own debt to GDP ratio runs at roughly 250%. So they loan us like $200 million, but they come back asking, 250% of 1.3, what is 250% of 1.13 trillion? I don't even know. What is 230% of 1.1, what is 230% of 1.3 trillion? Oh my God, I don't even know what that fucking number is. It's, yes, what is it? Can you give me an answer? You don't know, you're just a goddamn, what is 230% of, you can't do it? Oh my God, you're so goddamn fucking bad. What is the percentage of, percentage of a number. 230% of 13000. It's almost like infallible how much money this is. It's insane. 2 million, 20 million, 200 million. There we go. 230% of 1.3 million is not 2 billion. What, I mean, percentage of a number. 230%. Oh, I'm sorry, 230. I'm sorry. What is this? It's yeah. So right. So yeah, I'm sorry. I'm understanding the concept now, but I got lost there for a second because I'm so tired. But right. So we borrow 1.3 billion, but it's at 230% interest, which is actually 2.9 billion. Do you see it? 250. Yeah, the ratio of the debt to GDP ratio, right? Gross domestic product, right? So it's like 250%. It's Uncle Sam's biggest creditor faces a fiscal crisis, right? Right now. It's worse than Greece. Japan is facing. I swear to God, I talk about these stories, and then I see the media catching up like the day that I'm talking about it. Like this article is from May 19th, so it's been a couple of weeks. It's been like 2 weeks. Yeah, this guy was ahead of me. But I'm more worried about Japan than I am about Russia, China, and Ukraine and Israel Palestine combined, because we didn't nuke China, Russia, Israel, Palestine, or any of those people. We didn't nuke any of those people. We nuked Japan, the enemy that we weren't really fighting in World War II. We didn't warn them first. We took 1 million lives like COVID without asking first. We didn't warn them or do anything decent about it. We just dropped the bomb on them or anything, right? And so, yeah, the people that we dropped the nuclear bomb to, they are our greatest debtor. They are our biggest creditor. They are our loan shark. They did this on purpose, thinking that we were going to fuck up, get in a bad situation, not be able to pay them, and owe them military favors and such. And if we don't do that, they demand the money back. If we don't demand the money, and if they demand the money back and we say we can't pay it, they're like, well, why shouldn't we nuke you? You nuked us. And that's where Trump finally gets impeached or whatever, when he realizes that he's so fucking stupid that he didn't draw the connection between dropping the bomb on the fucking Japanese in World War II for no fucking reason. Those people did not come to Pearl Harbor. The people that we killed with the nuclear bomb did not go to Pearl Harbor. They were not our enemy. And everybody hated it. Everybody in the world fucking hated it. And it also introduced nuclear war to the fucking, like, the world stage, which is really, really bad, because once we start using it, we keep using it. It's fucking stupid. So it's only a matter of time now, I think. I wrote a thesis in college about nuclear proliferation. And so now, if Japan is suddenly like, we will die if we don't go raid some other country or something, which happens. That shit happens. That's what happened in World War II with the Chinese and stuff. They went over looking to sack their neighbors and shit like this. It's just insane. That's what they always do. Not these particular people, but this is what tyrants do. They go over and they sack their fucking neighbor. They cause some genocide or some problem. They call their fucking neighbors subhuman or whatever the fuck. And it's just insane. Now, and all of it is racist, and it's always some rich man doing it who's in power. It's never the public. It's always some rich oligarch or some fucking leadership or some general or some tool. And yeah, and so, so here's Shigeru Ishiba, Japan's prime minister, warning that the country cannot afford tax cuts paid by issuing new debt. And so they're also going to cut us off. When they cut us off, we will no longer have our loan shark. And remember, Donald Trump just stuck his finger up the butthole of every crazy dictator in the entire fucking planet, and some non-crazy ones, like Greenland and Canada and shit like this. He stuck his finger up the bum of every nuclear fucking capable, button-pushing, tyrant, genocidal, North Korean, Chinese, Russian, Ukrainian, fucking, like Israel, Palestine, Hamas, crazy fucking shithead with their fingers on the fucking triggers, whether it's drones, guns, bombs, missiles, or nukes. They've got their fucking fingers on the fucking triggers, and they're fucking waiting for something to happen. So we could see this if we ever did anything well, ever. I see it all the time. I talk about it all the time on my stream. I'm talking to my friends. My friends know. We despair. We say, fuck the government, fuck the other countries, fuck these other people. We love America, but they aren't acting right either. So it's like at this point, you're like, well, my inner circle's my friend. My family's my friend. They won't send me to war or drop bombs on my mother's house or drop a nuke on me or steal my money or lock me up in an internment camp for being poor or disabled or something like that, like Hitler or anything like that. And so I'm like, well, cool, I'll like follow my family, but I mean, these governments, this leadership, these mistakes, this clear shit on the fucking cover of Fortune magazine that Donald Trump is not fucking reading about how Japan is not going to fucking give us any more money, and they're fucking pissed at us because we've never paid them. The people that we nuclear bombed, they're pissed at us. This is how the last Axis power got stopped. We tried to tell them that they couldn't make their money and get back on their fucking feet with the Ribbentrop Accord or whatever it was. And after World War I happened, we blamed the fucking World War I. We blamed the entire world. Might I remind you, World War. We blamed the entire World War on Germany, and they fucking went crazy. They were like, you think we did this? They didn't. I mean, they might have started it, but everybody fired fired shots. It's kind of like going to a fucking party, and yeah, maybe you know, the dude at the party has a beef with somebody else there, and yeah, they maybe like get into it and have a fight about a girl or something like that, and maybe a punch is thrown, but we separate them and pull them apart, right? But like at that point, like everybody started fighting. That's what World War II. Everybody in the house party started fighting each other. It wasn't like we subdued some Germans or anything like that. Everybody in the fucking house party that is the world started throwing punches in this mad fracas that you know, it was just havoc. It was just havoc. And it was a world war. To blame all of it on Germany is fucking retarded. And that's what Germany said too. That's what they said at the UN. That's what everybody said. But the Republicans and the Democrats and everybody in the world, because they won the World War I, they were like, nah, we've got to punish the bad guy and make a thing about this. The Germans fucked up, so we're going to fucking constrain them to 50 years of poverty. They're not thinking about the public who didn't fight in the war. They're not thinking about the kids who can't eat. They're not thinking about the fucking cars that aren't getting built, or the bullets that aren't being made, or the steel pots that aren't being made in Schindler's factory or any of this other shit, right? They don't think about how Germany is an actual, and I'm not trying to defend fucking Nazi Germany. I'm talking about the public of Germany was fucking fucked. The public had nothing to do with World War I, but the entire world moved in with the Ribbentrop Accord or Pact or whatever it was. Not Ribbentrop, it's the Paris-Versailles Accord. And the whole world stepped in, blamed Germany for World War I when it was like a Mexican standoff with the entire goddamn world. It wasn't just them, you know. And I'm sorry, is it the what is it? It's the World War I treaty. Treaty of Versailles. It's the Treaty of Versailles, excuse me. I got brain damage. So the Treaty of Versailles, signed on June 28, 1919, was the peace treaty that formally ended World War I. It was negotiated by the Allied powers, primarily Great Britain, France, and the United States, and signed by Germany in the Hall of Mirrors at the Palace of Versailles. The treaty imposed harsh terms on just Germany, like they were the bad actor, like they were the only people there that fired a shot, like they didn't get into the world stage and start a fucking house party food fight that fucked up the entire world and lost us all our money and millions of lives and tons of tanks and bombs and guns, and it took us for like 50, like I don't know, it was like 20 years to recover or something like that. It took us 20 years to recover so we could just deep dive into the next world war in 1936 or whatever. So like 15 years later we were in another world war because we blamed the entire thing on one person. This is something that American does all the fucking time. We blame Russians when we're terrified of Joe, of Joseph Stalin. We blame China when we're terrified of the CCP. We blame Afghanistan when we're terrified of fucking like insurgents. We blame Britain when we're scared of Tony Blair. We blame Canada when we're scared of Justin Trudeau. We blame Greenland when we need shit from them. We blame fucking Trump and all these asshole Republicans have been doing this as long as America's been around. They're like raiders. They're there to take power and money from other people and oil rights and land rights, and they want to fight wars because most of their money goes towards research and development of weapons. It's just, I mean, that's, if you want to know why they do all this, is because they make a fucking $1 trillion a year or something selling like defense to the entire goddamn world, whatever it is, drones, bombs, guns, Central Intelligence, Palantir, doesn't matter what it is. The military intelligence industry is one of the most powerful industries in the world. It's up there with like video games and stuff. There's so much money in it. So we turn around, and for some reason, and I'm going to do the Wikipedia about the Treaty of Versailles, we blamed all of a world war on Germany, and they were fucking furious. And then they for like 20 years, they couldn't give their kids bread even. Like, imagine in America, if suddenly they were like, we blame you, if the whole world was like, we blame you for the Afghanistan war, and it set back all of our world politics for all of the world's countries for like 100 years or something like that. Can you imagine what that would actually be like if the whole world was like, fuck you for the war in Afghanistan? Because that's kind of what we did to Germany for World War I. We were like, you're the only person that was the bad actor here. You did this, right? No, everybody in the fucking house party threw food, and a big food fight started, and we killed each other. That's what World War is. It's not just us and the Germans and France. It's everybody, And we all have friends, and all of our friends get into it, and they all have friends, and all of their friends get into it, and then our friends and their friends fight, and then we have one big food fight in a fucking house party where we're chucking full cans of beer at each other and dropping nuclear bombs on the drunk girls who have never hurt anybody, who are passed out on the couch, right? That's like literally what we did, like in World War II. It was just insane. Instead of dropping a bomb on on fucking Hitler's bunker, which we absolutely knew where he was of any second of any day, we knew where he was at all times. We could have just dropped the nuclear bomb on him and stop this, and the world wouldn't have begrudged us that. The world begrudged us they did not like what we did to Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and neither do I. And the Japanese didn't like it, but they've grown to stomach it. They've grown to like honorably accept it. They knew that they kind of fucked up and took our offer to bomb Pearl Harbor when they shouldn't have, and they should have seen it coming. They should have assumed what we would do to them, and it's just sort of insane. But they did. They played into our hands, and all these weird shitty deep state people convinced them to attack us and all this, and that's how we got Pearl Harbor in World War II. And that's how we got World War One, and that's how we got Afghanistan, and that's how we got Vietnam. That's how we do. Like the American public, like if they're smart, will not go over crazy Pacific and Atlantic oceans to desert and jungle areas that they don't live in to fight wars in the winter and the summer and lose to Russia, Moscow in the cold, like in the 15-degree Ukrainian cold. We don't do that shit. We're not that stupid. Americans aren't that fucking stupid. We don't belong in Afghanistan or Africa or fucking Germany or anything like that. We don't belong there. We'll go there if we need to. But I mean, we had to dream up an excuse to tell the public so we could go there. And that's fucking insane. I know how disrespectful that is to the veterans. But I mean, we did it 5 times. We did that in World War I. We did that in World War II. We did that in Vietnam. We did it in Afghanistan. And we did it with COVID. And so now, the key points about the Treaty of Versailles, ending the war. The treaty formally ended the state of war, which was like, this is what we did to Germany. We were like, okay, Germany was like, we're having this world war. We're going to suss this out. We really don't like you. We need to suss this out, have our big fist fight. But no, we denied their permission to continue the war. We were like, we are the leaders of the world, and we in France say that you can't have your war anymore. And Germany was like, what? You know, and they were furious, but they also lost the war. What can you do? To the victor goes the spoils. They lost the war to us. They capitulated. So what can they do? They've got to do what we say. That's what war is. We went over there trying to get them to do something, and that's what happened. So the war guilt clause, we literally wrote it as the war guilt clause. We forced Germany we forced them to accept full responsibility. Like America and France didn't have any role to play in any of that. You know how tussles on the fucking schoolyard work. If a big gang fight busts out with 15 fucking people, you don't blame the kid who threw the first punch. You throw all of them in suspension, all of them, and you admit that everybody made a mistake and we don't want to do this again, so we all learn our lesson and we don't do this again. We don't go, the guy who threw the first punch is entirely responsible for all of you guys shooting each other at the house party. We don't do that. We don't blame all of that on one person. We just don't. It's insane. Territorial losses. Germany lost territory in Europe. We were like, you have to give us a bunch of your land. And they did. And we were also like, you have to give us all of your overseas colonies, because we assumed that you're just going to use them to attack us again, right? We made them pay reparations to France and America, and it was substantial. It was like I don't know how many billions, if not trillions of dollars. We forced them to give away all of their guns, all of their military, all of their might, all of their force. And I don't know if you've ever like taken a weapon away from a grown man who wants to defend his family, but that's not going to go well. And this is why we had World War II. We emasculated them. We told them what to do. We told them they were guilty when it was the entire fucking world. We took all of their territory in Europe. We took everything they had. We took all of their overseas colonies. We robbed them for everything that they had just because we got in a fight with them. It's, imagine this, like I like using the high school fight at the house party example. Because that's what world wars are. They're like house parties that get out of hand, and then we start shooting each other at the house party, basically, and then before we can get control of it, you know? And it's fucked up. So our response to the entire party shooting each other was to point at Germany and say, all right, run your fucking pockets, run your fucking wallet, run all of your shit, give me all of your colonies, all your land, all your money. Fuck you. You started this. You threw the first punch, so now you got to gaffle your pockets, bitch, run your credit cards, run your wallet, give us everything everything that you've got. And they did. They had to give us everything that they had because we were poor. We were the victor, but it cost us everything that we had. So we were like, if we don't fuck Germany for 50 years out of all the money that they're going to make for the next 50 years, the world isn't going to right itself. And so we wrote the Treaty of Versailles, which is what the world wanted. And to be fair, the world wanted this. The whole world wanted this. They wanted us to do the Treaty of Versailles and punish Germany for starting it. But the problem is everybody was engaged in it. It's like that fucking high school fight where you're like, Tommy threw the first punch, or Tommy fired the BB gun first, or Tommy threw the beer first. Nah, bitch, all of you pieces of shit, all fucking 300 countries in the world, or whatever the fucking, I don't even know what the number is, like all 300 countries in the world started chucking full cans of beer at each other's head, and America lit the house on fire and burned Japan completely to the fucking, like burned all the hair and the fucking, and all the skin off of Japan's face. You know, and somebody got seriously fucking hurt too. And America decided that even though Germany was the one that we did the Treaty of Versailles for, fucking idiot ass Republican piece of shit leadership, fucking dinosaur effets who have no idea how to lead a glass of water, decided to blame the entire World War on Germany 1. And so in Germany in World War 1. And so then what did you think Germany would do? We emasculated them. We robbed them. We took all their land like corporate fucking raiders. Like that was our fucking business. It's a fucking country. They need something. It's just like, yeah, they started the house fight. But I mean, like, you know, everybody fired shots at the house party. Every country in the world fired shots at the house party at each other. You can't say that this was just Germany. It's fucking insane. So reparations, Germany was required to pay substantial financial. And then finally, the treaty included provisions for the establishment of the League of Nations, of which the Germany was not invited. We also built the UN. And then we said, Germany's not invited. It's like that No Homers Club thing that they warned about at the beginning of the Freemason episode about stonecutters, right? The Freemasons, they called them the stonecutters on The Simpsons, right? And they made this joke about this. They were like, Homer can't join this club anymore because Homer's a jackass and he constantly ruins all the club parties and everything. And so they're like, well, we can't kick him out because that's against the club charter. What do we do? And so Mo Sislak, the bartender, is like, well, what if we aren't the Stonecutters anymore? What if we're the No Homers Club? And they're like, brilliant. And so they did this to Germany. We were like, what if we aren't the UN anymore? What if we're not the United Nations? We're the United Nations except for Germany. And trust me, Germany is a very measured people. I have many German friends. I was taught by a German school. I don't believe in Nazism or Germany's fucking problems or anything like that at all. Fuck Germans, fuck Nazi Germany, fuck any far right in the Germany or anything. I don't have any sympathy for them. Fuck them. They're pig dog fucking fascist right-wing traitors. But like, you know, they're Nazis. They're like far right in Germany. I don't know what else that would be. That's Nazis. The far right in Germany is fucking Nazis. I don't know what the fuck else you would call it. That's the far right in Germany. That's the you know, that's not necessarily Nazis because they're not like the National Socialist thing, but they are essentially Nazis. They're the far right in Germany. That's Nazis. That's what Nazi means. It doesn't mean something about socialists. It means the far right in Germany. So we were like, you understand, the libtards of the world. We were like, you can't have any more war for 50 years or something. You can't have any more colonies. You can't build any more war chests or war guns or war bullets or anything. We're taking all of your fucking money. We're calling you the rapist that started all of this, and we're burning down the house, and we're dropping a bomb on Japan and all this shit. It was fucking crazy. And all of this was like America playing world police. You remember South Park did a fucking movie about this called America fucking World Police. America, fuck yeah, trying to tell everybody in the world what to do, yeah, the kind of stuff, you know. And we play world police all the time. I'm angry at them about this because of anybody in the world who should have some more common sense about it, it's American diplomats. But the problem is American diplomats are toothless. They're not friends with our fucking leadership. They don't tell our leader, they tell our leadership everything that they know, but our leadership don't listen to them at all. Like, trust me, there was probably every I swear to God, every fucking diplomat in all of Washington D.C. probably roared in outrage the day they tried to run it through the war room that they were going to drop the bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and every diplomat in Washington was like, no, and that's the problem. The Republicans don't listen to the goddamn diplomats. They're out to kill us. They're Satan on earth, and they're white people to wipe out all the other races and everything, and they don't listen to us on purpose so they can start their little racial fucking holocaust Holocaust and all this stupid ass shit. I really believe that's the overall meta of this planet Earth. It's why I want to get off of it. Their fucking race wars are unavoidable. It's fucking unavoidable. Reparations and demilitarization, right? So what happened? The Germans resented us for 25 fucking years, from 1916 until 1936 or whatever it was. It was 20 years. It was like 20, yeah, it was like exactly 19 years or something like that. For 19 years, they were spending $10,000 for a loaf of bread and 10,000 Deutschmarks, and that is as much as it fucking sounds like. We left them worse than any ghetto in America right now with trankers and stuff. We left Germany. There's pictures of it. The Lodz ghetto was worse. What the Germany did to the Jews was worse. But what we did to Germany was also unforgivable. We took their pride, we took their honor, we took their money, we took their land, we took their colonies. When we kicked their fucking ass, we ran their pockets and took every bit of liquid money that they had. We turned the entire world against them when we knew it was a world war. It wasn't just Germany. It took takes two to tango. It's the old Potomac two-step and all this stuff. And so we blamed all of World War I on Germany. So they boiled like Hitler for 16 fucking years. And we're like, why does Germany hate us? Like, everybody was like, why does Germany hate us? Why is Germany marching? Why is Germany starting to make more money again? Why did Germany make the people's car? Why is Germany finally providing transportation to its public? Which, by the way, made Germany something like 10 times more advanced than anybody else in the fucking world. If it turns out that when you foster the people and take care of bad problems, like they don't have transportation to get to work, your country becomes powerful again. Even if the UN, the America, the France, and all the allied powers in World War I say that you can't, it happens anyways, because they suddenly have passion. We engendered this fucking, like, this martyr thing in them. Hitler had this martyr thing. He was like, nah, the fucking the Treaty of Versailles was a straight fuck move towards Germany. And if they had ever tried to do something like that to America, I'll just go straight for their leader. You understand? Like, and try to stop it where it starts. Because it's like the way we treated Germany is not how you treat an enemy in any campaign. We disgraced them. We essentially raped them. We robbed them while they were kicked down in the fucking dirt and had lost the war and stuff. We took all their colonies, all their money, fucking fuck them. And I am sympathetic to this. Anybody who is a World War II historian knows the whole story. It's fucking dumb. America treats the world like a fucking redheaded stepchild. We beat Afghanistan. We beat on Asians. We beat on Germans. We beat on anybody who we don't know. And you know, we beat on anybody that we don't know. We are like the world's worst bully. It's disgusting. So, and then on top of it, you know, all of this probably would have been fine for Germany. And this is another thing that they talk about a lot. All of this, you know, Germany is a strong, rugged, you know, mountain people from the Ottoman Empire. They don't fuck around. They've been moving around for thousands of years and shit. They are not a weak empire. They've never been a weak empire. You couldn't call them this. They've always been very, very strong. So, like, what do you not do to people who are world powers in the world stage? What do you not do? You don't humiliate them or emasculate them like what Donald Trump does to every nuclear armed fucking maniac on the fucking planet. That's the one thing that you don't do. You don't fucking yell at Zelensky with your piece of shit, weird freak right-hand man. You don't yell at fucking Ukraine. You don't yell at fucking Russia. You don't yell at Putin. You don't get bent over by Putin either, which is definitely something Trump does all the time. You don't get bent over by Xi Jinping, which he does. He gets bent over by Xi Jinping all the fucking time because Trump is not a strong man. The Republicans are not strong men. If they were, they wouldn't have dropped that goddamn nuclear bomb or started all this bullshit, and it's gonna come back. It always comes back. If we don't pay Japan, they're gonna be like, well, you remember that nuclear bomb you fucking dropped on us and fucked us for like 75 years? That's what's gonna happen. And it's not an imagination thing for me. I can see it in the world scale right now, and all they have to do is bring something up. They'll be like, yo, you owe us $1.6 trillion. Your shitty media and all your video games turned our kids into Kikimora, and they sit in the house like me all day long for 75 fucking years and don't leave the house and don't breed and don't work and don't make money. So our country's in goddamn trouble, just like America is. And this is problems that I caused. I'm very aware of it. I try to live my lifestyle, trying to be this autistic gamer guy who could sit around for 14 hours a fucking day. But no, I still did work for like 17 years of my life. It was not that fucking easy. So the whole world saw this. They saw what we were doing in the WoW raid scene, and they decided that they all wanted to be Kikimora and just play video games rather than being human beings and go fuck or go do things or go get work or go get sun or go out and buy something from the dispensary or go walking for 2 hours or anything like I'm supposed to do. They just sit there and they do this. That's it. That's all they do, right? So Now, like coming up on World War II, Germany's fucking pissed. They're like it was so bad that the wives and the mothers were going to to the grocery market, and they were dropping the entire life savings on a loaf of bread and stuff like this. And this wasn't the Jews in the Lodz ghetto. This was like Germans. People who had been working the entire time since since the dawn of the German Empire. People who were just workers. They were like workers. They were like essentially peons. They were like, they're the serfs or the public. They're like the public at large. They're John Q. Public. They're not these people that you make a treaty against and then exclude from the UN. The Germany does belong in the fucking League of Nations. They do belong there, like every other fucking country on the earth. You know what I'm saying? And denying them this was like demasculating them and chopping off their nuts in front of all their fucking worst enemies and all this stuff. And Americans know better than to do this stuff. Our diplomats, they come from those countries. They know what the Russians did with the Romanovs and all this stuff. They know every assassination the Romanovs did. We have diplomats who are actually extremely fucking skilled, not Henry Kissinger's and shit like that. We've got trained diplomats who will tell you the entire history of China in like an hour sitting or something like that. Skilled diplomats who really are skilled at knowing the entire history of China and stuff like this, right? So they sit there and they tell you, you can't treat Germany like this. You can't treat Mexico like this. You can't treat LA like this. You can't treat Mexicans like this. You can't treat Jews like this. You can't kick that black man out of your fucking rally. But they're all the same right-wing piece of shit, often German or whatever, but not always, same right-wing piece of shit racists that want to fucking bring their reign of Satan terror to the fucking planet and alienate anybody who isn't rich and white and working hard in their factories like a matrix battery, And like, and this shit sucked. I mean, we caused this. We caused World War I. We didn't cause World War I, but we caused World War II. And then instead of stopping World War II by dropping the nuclear bomb on fucking Hitler, we dropped the nuclear bomb on Japan, the person who owns our greatest debt. Now that debt is actually like $2.9 trillion. And I don't know, but I believe our government just defaulted again. We don't have $3 trillion to pay Japan. If they come and they're like, look, we told you you would have to pay us sooner or later when we had trouble. You agree when you signed the contract. This is how loan sharking works. When you don't fucking pay the loan shark, they break your fucking hands and we have another Pearl Harbor. When we have another Pearl Harbor, we have another World War. And in this shit, you can just see it all spinning out of goddamn control. Fuck these fucking rich white assholes on both Democrat and Republican sides since World War II. Since JFK, they've been fucking up and driving this country into the fucking ground. They have no idea this stuff even goes on. You can watch the documentary and you're going to have more of a clue than JFK did. They had no idea any of this stuff was going on. JFK was moving 15 or so women in and out of his office every single day. They've got all the transcripts. JFK was P. Diddy. He didn't go 1,000 gallons of oil route, but he definitely did bring in like something like 200 hookers and prostitutes and ne'er-do-wells that are trying to grub power and all this stuff right into the Oval fucking office. That's JFK. None of them are fucking good. None of them are good. JFK, Nixon, fucking LBJ was like threw a party the day that JFK died. Literally like the day that Jackie O was at the funeral, the LBJ party fucking threw a house party and they celebrated the death of JFK. And then LBJ took the office the next day. Fucking crazy, but that is the goddamn truth. We've seen the pictures of the fucking party. You think you think because CNN or whatever in the 70s, you think because Ted Turner, the fucking oligarch, told you something different that it's the truth? No, we've seen the goddamn pictures. We've seen we've seen Coretta Scott King sue the goddamn FBI for killing MLK and won. Fucking won, And it's proof that these people in control of our government are not our friends. And when you wake up to this fucking fact, you are woke. And that doesn't make you leftist either. It makes you progressive when you understand that the Republicans and the Democrats are sleepy, traitor, racist, warlike, and nuclear bomby and kind of rapey. All of them. They're all kind of hair sniffy and rapey. They've all got what do they call that? NDAs. They've all got NDAs because of Jeffrey and all this stuff. And I don't want them anymore. I don't want Treaty of Versailles. Anybody with a 5-year-old with a brain like my mother in 1946 could have told them not to fucking drop the bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A 5-year-old would have known better. So I vote a vote of non-confidence in our government since 1936. I mean it. There hasn't been anything good. There's been some thriving, but mostly it was Vietnam War, Gulf War, Afghanistan War, World War I, World War II, World War III. I mean, it's just war. Ever since these two powers came into fucking power, we've had nothing but fucking world war and nuclear bombs, and our greatest debtors are our worst enemies that we drop nuclear bombs on. That is not a mistake. They are playing the game against the public to get us killed. They're not the ones that die in the fucking nuclear bombs. The people, the innocents in Nagasaki and Hiroshima are the ones who die in the fucking nuclear bombs. Fuck the Republicans who dropped those bombs. Fuck the Democrats who went along with them. Fuck the problem with Japan brewing, the right here that you can literally see right in the fucking front of my fucking face. Uncle Sam's biggest creditor faces a fiscal crisis worse than the Greece, what did they call that? The austero? Or austerity or posterity, whatever it is, the Greece austerity thing, right? Greece like went completely like balls up broke when all the oligarchs stole their money and gold and stuff. I mean, insider traded and kept the interest rate at exactly what the inflation rate was, so nobody can make a single dollar for 50 years and stuff. And so Greece went through something called the austerity thing, and I forget the actual word for it, but it was severe austerity crisis in the aftermath of the 2008 bank crisis. The oligarchs, you think I'm being like some kind of QAnon person, but no, the like Obama, and I'm saying this and I mean it too. The Obama Wall Street cabinet caused the financial crisis. This destroyed Greece. Greece might not like America either. Greece might not like us, you know? There's some people in the world now that really might not like us. We are the bad guy. We were the one who dropped the nuclear bombs. We're the ones who did slavery. We're the ones who did fucking kick the Japanese out into the internment camps, and we're about to do that again to the Mexicans. We're the one dropping ice on LA and all this shit. We're the bad guy, America. We are the bad guy. I don't care how fucking anti-American it is. It's the goddamn toasted toad's truth. We are the bad guy. We're the ones who drop the nuclear bombs and bring nuclear holocaust into the scenario. We're the ones who fucked around and found out. We're the ones who went over there, all this stuff. We went over to Vietnam and it caused like a 20-year reign of terror. We went over to Afghanistan and caused a 20-year reign of terror. We went over to the Gulf War and caused a 20-year reign of terror. World War II was for a good reason, but it's still, we went over there for 20 years and caused a great deal of terror. It's just insane. And a lot of death. And so we're not like the worst bad guy here. There's like 15 bad guys and they're all in a Mexican standoff with nuclear bombs instead of pistols, right? And we're the one who shot first. And understand, in a Mexican standoff, if you're the guy who shot first, you're the first one to die. If you don't kill your target and win the standoff, all the other ones just turn and shoot you because you're the first one who shot first. And this is the people who are our greatest debtor. Right, so they're gonna come knocking here. They're relishing the idea. You can see it on his face. They're thinking about it. They're right now. This guy's probably asleep because I'm in L.A. and he's in Tokyo. But they're probably right now, when he wakes up in the morning, they're gonna go talk to the cabinet about what to do about the American debt crisis. I guarantee it. And sooner or later we're gonna hear something in the world news like America better start thinking about paying us, or we're gonna break their fucking hands like the loan shark ideal that we started this for. And that's what's going to happen in the world stage. And when Japan threatens us, we are going to go fucking crazy because all the low IQ, shitty, bad education, bad environment, right-wingers who fucking drive the country into the fucking ground with their idiocy and shit, they hate Japanese people. We don't know why, but they do. They drop bombs on them and all this shit. We don't know why, but they hate Japanese people. They hate black people. They hate Russians. They hate Chinese. It's just fucking crazy. It's like weird, rich, American white people have a serious fucking problem with anybody who isn't white, and these guys, they don't like that, so they connive and they move in their boards and their meetings and their politicians and their board meetings and stuff, and and they talk to each other and they come up with a plan, which is America better fucking pay us in our worst time of need, because that was the agreement that America made. And so they're like, but do we have the balls to push America around? Trump is fucking crazy. And yes, Japan does have the balls to push America around. They've never been afraid of pushing us around. They aren't scared of us like we are of them. Japan is not scared of us. They have a lot more discipline, a good military. They're poor, and they're probably scared of us because we have money and they might not. But so they're not in a place to contend with us right now. But Japan has never been scared of us. I mean, they were scared of us after we dropped the nuclear bomb on them, as the entire fucking world was. But they're still not scared of us. They think of us as almost their best friend. It's insane. This is like our homie, the Japanese dude from down the hall. He was in the crazy shootout at the house party too with all the other world powers and stuff. But he is our homie down the goddamn hall. He's the homie in the fraternity. You know, like they were the Axis powers. But after that war, Japan made this crazy, like almost female desire. I would say it's almost female. It's crazy. I don't know how those emperors and all those douchebags and generals managed to do it, but Japan decided that they wanted to be our friends again. Maybe because they wanted to get us in debt with them, maybe. We don't know. We don't know. I like to believe the Japanese are wonderful, honorable people who just go astray like everybody else once in a while, just like us, you know, who they didn't drop a nuclear bomb, for instance. We did that. So, like, I like to think the Japanese are wonderful people like everybody else in the fucking world that just make mistakes like everybody else in the fucking world. And I like to think of them as friends. I should be running this goddamn country because I use the word friend all the time. When was the last time that Donald Trump use the word fucking friend? I don't think he has any friends. Does that man have a friend? Does his wife even like him? Why is he running the most diplomatically sensitive friendship role in the entire history of mankind when he doesn't even have a personal friend? You know? It's weird. Like, Zelensky could see it. When Zelensky dealt with him, he could tell that not even the vice president is Donald Trump's friend. That man does not have a single friend on the fucking planet, I don't think. He has people who love him, but he doesn't have friends. People that he can confide in and talk to about his Japanese problem or his Russian problem. He doesn't have diplomats who trust him or anything like this. He has no leadership capability in a time of crisis. He should be impeached.
Where were we?
So now, you know, you guys keep talking about Russia, Ukraine, and motherfucking Israel, Palestine. I keep thinking about the people that we've actually wronged who have a reason to do something to us, and that's Japan. And if you don't think Japan's caught up in this, you guys are fucking idiots. And I don't want to be the streamer that lights you up to this, that all of the diplomats in Washington couldn't see this coming. No way. And I don't think they did, or we would have heard about it in the news a lot. We're really scared of the fiscal crisis in Japan because we owe them like $3 trillion and they're going to ask us to pay because they're having a terrible, terrible financial crisis because none of their boys work. None of their boys work. They sit around like me and they do nothing all day. It's because I taught them. I pretty much run the world. It's so fucking stupid. If I sit around and play video games all goddamn day, that's what all my friends and everybody that I know does. If I sit around and get drunk all day, that's what fucking happens to all my friends and all my family. If I sit around and I talk about politics all day and I freak out, that's what happens to my friends and family. If I have a problem, my friends and family have it too. It's so fucking stupid. If they have a problem, I have it too. It's like that. So, like, you know, so they're sympathetic to me, but like, they don't like me when I talk about this stuff, but I'm the only one talking about it. Not even Hassan is talking about this shit, I don't think. I can turn left faster than Hassan, in the respect that, like, these fiscal conservatives, they borrow money from the enemy that we dropped a nuclear bomb on. You don't think that's maybe a crazy plot in some kind of crazy movie that we should be afraid of? It kind of sounds like the plot line to, like, I don't know, Terminator 2 Judgment Day or something. It kind of sounds like that. It sounds like the Russians launched the nukes or something and the Skynet couldn't stop it or something like this. It kind of sounds like that. It sounds like a situation that we can't control because Japan can't control getting so poor that they need to call in their debt. We can't control that we have a jackass running our country into the ground, so we're poor for the last goddamn... We've had jackasses running our country into the ground for 35 years since the Vietnam War or whatever. And, like, we've had jackasses running our country into the fucking ground. Glass-Steagall this and motherfucking 9/11 that and all that. They've been running our goddamn country into the fucking ground. We are not prepared to deal with Russia, China, Germany, like Japan, all the Axis powers combined, whatever the fuck it is. We are not prepared to deal with North Korea. We are not prepared to deal with these people. We are not ready. We have the greatest military in the fucking world, but the problem is we're the asshole. I'm sorry. I know it sounds anti-American, but motherfucker, I'm the most pro-American motherfucker here. I am more pro-American than these people who don't realize that Japan's a greater threat than Israel, Palestine, and Russia and Ukraine combined. I'm actually a real American who cares about these fucking problems. These people have no clue this stuff's going on. No fucking clue. And I freak out about something that isn't even happening yet because I know where it's going to go. When you owe somebody $3 trillion, they fucking ask for that money back. In what world do you think they're just going to sit there for thousands of fucking years and not ask for their fucking money back? You really think that's going to happen? When does that ever happen? When do people ever not ask for their money back? Within 100 years of those loans being made, we're going to default, and they're going to be like, look, you got to fucking pay us, or we're going to do to you what you did to us. That's how this works. That may have been the whole point of it in the first fucking place. That's the other thing. I'm scared of the world politics stage right now, like fairly bad, because this may have all been on purpose. Japan might be our greatest debtor, very much so. I don't think Japanese do anything by mistake. I don't think the Japanese do anything by mistake. That's not their culture. They're the most prepared culture on the fucking planet, short of North Korea or something like that. They don't fuck with chaos. They don't do things by accident. They don't make decisions in the world stage without consulting their fortune tellers and all their politicians and all of their fucking their old men and all their stuff and all the rabbis and all this stuff, right? All the mensches. They go and talk to all the mensches in Japan, and they don't talk to us. They don't ever tell us anything. They don't tell us how much money they're making. They don't tell us how they tell us how, but they don't tell us why they keep the yen stabilized. They don't fuck with forex. They don't do cryptocurrency corruption and stuff. They might, but they don't ever get caught doing it. And they're not dishonorable. They've not done anything to us. They've done nothing but loan money to us. But if they ask for that money back, that is an honorable request. If we deny it, they will do something to us, and that's the real trouble brewing in the world stage. If Japan threatens us, we'll have a new axis, and the new axis will be BRICS in Japan. BRICS is what we would call a united colonies. Imagine if, I mean, what are the countries in BRICS? It's a very simple question. BRICS was smart, and they're not idiot right-wing Americans with low IQs, no history of leadership or anything like this. They're not stupid like us. We pretty much made the stupidest man in the land our most important leader. Is fucking stupid. This guy is not prepared to deal with these shitheads. So what countries are in BRICS? And it will scare you. These countries are stronger than us. These countries are stronger than us. So it's Russia, India, China, South Africa, Brazil. Brazil's got triple the money we've got right now or something like that. Brazil is doing like triple what we are doing, because they just don't have right-wing, white, rich cocksuckers driving their fucking country into the ground. They just don't have that. They don't have racism like that. BR is not fucking stupid. They're not stupid like Donald Trump. They're just not. Neither is Russia. Neither is India. Neither is China. Is a little bit more stupid like that. China's kind of CCP stupid like Trump. They're like really pretty fascist and fucked up. And so is South Africa. But that's like it. Now Egypt's cool. Ethiopia's cool. Ethiopia's really cool. Iran and the United Arab Emirates and stuff. Now, might I remind you, and I don't know why, but we've not had a leadership propose any sort of leadership in America for 75 fucking years besides healthcare and some fucking nuclear bombs. It's like, yeah, we either kill them or we heal them. One or the other. It's fucking insane. They're like the only two policies besides Build Back Better or Big Beautiful Bill or big black cock or whatever Donald Trump sucks on all goddamn day or whatever his stupid ass copycat bullshit, fucking hater, poser bullshit was. And so whatever, yeah, the Democrats come up with a real solution, which is work on infrastructure, stop fucking talking to China, stop fucking talking to Russia, stop talking to Israel, and just worry about America, right? That was the Democrats' solution to it. It was good, and he pitched it. He was like, build back better. I'm sleepy, but this doesn't require me to be here. The whole country is going to rebuild itself, and we're going to make sure that the wires aren't 100 years old, and you know, the ships aren't crashing into bridges, and paradise isn't burning, and all this. That's music to my leftist libtard heart, you know. That's like music to my libtard heart. But I didn't believe him because it's the Democrats. They don't ever get anything done. They constantly work with our enemies. They kib us with the Republicans all the time so they can work stuff like drug wars and Israel-Palestine conflicts and stuff like this. And I don't like them. I don't like Democrats. I'm sorry. Now we have BRICS, which is BRICS, which means Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. They've even got a cooler name than we've got. I know what our name is going to be. It's going to be something like United Colonies, which is going to sound like some piece of shit Whigs fucking idea of a British colony or whatever, right? That's what we're going to call ourselves probably. It's like the UC colonies, United Colonies, which means that we're all united. We all speak English. They all speak Spanish and other languages and stuff. So they're BRICS, right? They're not the English Western powers. They're Brazil. That's Portuguese. That's Russia. That's Russian. This is India, which is what, Farsi or something. I forget, or Hindi. I don't know what the language. There's like 200 languages in India or something that are predominant. So I don't know what the predominant language is in India or China. But I mean, these are people who don't speak English as a major English, like as their first language. I mean, they do speak English because they don't shortchange their schools. They don't shortchange their military. They don't shortchange their fucking roads or anything like that. All of their money doesn't go to Donald Trump and his gold toilet seats and people wiping his butt all day and all of his oligarch fucking cocksucker friends. They actually make sure that the fucking kids can eat and that they've got healthcare and all this stuff, right? And they're doing this so they can brag to the world as they point a finger at us and say, we're coming for you. That's why they do this stuff. They do. They prove to the world that they treat... one of the things about America is, I swear to God, Americans, rich, white, shithead Americans, like my parents' generation and stuff, they think that these are all third world countries because they haven't been there. They're fucking ignorant-ass Yankees. They haven't been to Egypt, Ethiopia. I haven't been to any of these countries either, but I have been to Europe. I have been to Hawaii. I have been to fucking like London and France, and I have been to some European places. I've never been to Asia, but I do plan to go. And the reason that I plan to go is I want to show them that there is one good American. Like, there is one good American. There's about 10,000 good Americans and then a bunch of fascists, you know? It's fucking fucked up. It's called the anarcho-punk grassroots movement. It's like the only good people left in America. We didn't choose a side. We didn't sign up with the devil Donald Trump. We didn't sign up with the sleepy Donald Joe or whatever. Sleepy Donald, diaper Donald Joe, Donnie don't do as Donnie don't does. Donnie diaper Donnie Don DD names, dick names. They're all just dicks, right? And so what did the rest of the world do? Britain Brexited, and I don't think that was necessarily a good thing, but I mean, it might be a good thing if we can form the United Colonies and they come join us with all of the English-speaking, God-fearing, Christian, white, fucking nationalist fucking countries, which is like France. No, I'm sorry, not France. France is European. You know, France is Europe, but I'm talking about Britain, America, Canada, and Canada is almost more like France too. I'm not sure Canada would join the United Colonies, but I mean, they might have to because they're our neighbors, you know what I'm saying? So, like, I would like to invite the fucking Mexico and the Canada, and my carrot on the stick is to tell them that they are America now, and they will get the same taxes and the same fucking support, the same food stamps, the same school standards, and all the same stuff, and Australia will be like that. And we raise the standards of the schools, the hospitals, the mental health care, the quality of life of all of the United Colonies countries, just as BRICS is doing right now as we speak. Now, America thinks that it's the world police and better than everybody else when we're obviously not. We have to drop nuclear bombs to get anything done, which is a vulgar display of power that proves to the whole world that we don't have any power. We've got to use crazy nuclear devices to get anything done. We can't do it with our words or our guns or power or money or prestige or diplomats or anything like that. Like real men, we've got to go blow your fucking head off with a shotgun and end it like some piece of shit. And so, like, BRICS is not very sympathetic to us. I don't really think they are. Brazil is sympathetic to us, but Russia is not. Russia is not sympathetic to us. India is sympathetic to us, but they will not deal with us. China is not sympathetic to us, and South Africa is sympathetic to us, but they are not. They are BRICS. They are not us, you know what I'm saying? And the BRICS expansion is a real thing. The rest of the world went United Colonies, but we've got piece of shit Americans running our country, like Donald Trump and Joe Biden, who don't even know what BRICS is. They don't know what it is. They hear like, you know, Rachel Maddow talk about it on their CNN like brainwash hour, but they have no fucking idea what is actually happening in the fucking world. So you think it's some joke that I just play too much Starfield when I suggest that we make the United Colonies, but no, we actually do need to unite Britain. What's the 51st state in America? It's Puerto Rico, probably Cuba, hopefully Mexico if they'll do it, but they probably won't because we keep kicking them out of goddamn Los Angeles, and that is not a mistake, just like Japan owning all of our debt. None of this is a mistake. They are fixing to start another world war. If we don't do the same things that they do, we will have another world war. If we don't form another fucking, you know, United Colonies like they did with BRICS, we will lose. We will lose this push. United Arab Emirates are extremely fucking powerful, and so is Brazil, so is Russia, so is India, so is China. All these people, all these countries right now, they're all about as powerful just on their own as America is. Brazil is more power than us. They made more money than us last year. Is Brazil doing better than us financially? No, Brazil's not doing better than the United States financially. The U.S. has a significantly higher GDP per capita, indicating a greater level of economic production. Now, that's not what I heard, because Brazil joined BRICS. You know, that's not what I heard. While Brazil's economy is the second largest in the Western Hemisphere, right? Like, this is what I'm trying to get at. I guess I misworded, right? So I was trying to say that Brazil is making just as much money and doing just as well as us. But a more accurate statement would be to say that Brazil is the second most strongest economy in the Western world after America. And we don't know anything about them. We talk to them, but we don't really know much about them. We don't know what they do. We don't know what they're doing in the background with all these other BRICS countries and stuff. So you understand what happened, right? I'm going to tell you what happened. We all shut each other up in the fucking at the house party at the end of World War II. And all those guys remember what happened, and they told their kids, and now their kids are running the world. Those kids are thinking all day, every day, about how they were shortchanged by their parents for money, and they can't own a house, and their kids are starving or tranked out, and the world's not doing so well, and all this stuff. And they're proud people, Portuguese people. They're proud people. They don't live lives like that. They don't fall to the streets like that if they're not given if they're not forced to. And so the Spanish and the Portuguese are extremely proud people, and if you don't understand this about them, you shouldn't be working with them in the world stage. The same way that you don't ever disrespect the Ukrainians like Trump and his jackass butt buddy did a few weeks ago. The same way that you don't ever disrespect or make fun of the Russians. They don't have a sense of humor. They do, but not in the world stage, right? You don't ever make fun of the Chinese because they have billions and billions of people, and they use all of those billions and billions of people to come up with ways to defeat you. We don't have that. I mean, we do. We got 750 or 850 million, but our kids are not sitting there thinking about how to best the world stage. They weren't trained to do stuff like that. They're stuffed into 45 student like schoolrooms in Long Beach, California and shit, and then they're crucified by ICE at the end of the school day. So no, they're not ready to vie with Brazil in gross national GDP. Right? We're not ready to vie with BRICS. We're having school shootings and LA riots and stuff like this. We are not ready to contend with BRICS. But remember, they all decided in like 2001 or something like that, or 2010, that they were all going to join up, right? They were going to be the new Axis, essentially. They're like the new Axis. I mean, this is the old Axis, essentially. Sans Japan and Germany. This is the old Axis, kind of. It's insane. Not Brazil. BR has always been really cool. But a bunch of these people are Axis powers, and we do kind of fear them and stuff. And we have history with them, especially Japan. So I don't think Japan is in BRICS, thank God. You know what I want to do? I want to invite Japan to the UC, because they're all English speaking. I mean, they don't speak, like English is their second language, I think, but they're all English speaking. And I would like to invite the Japan and China to the UC, like over BRICS, because I fear not having them as allies. They are our greatest allies. They loaned us trillions of dollars. The rest of the world didn't give us money. The rest of the world hates us. Britain hates us. Canada hates us now. Greenland hates us now. Fucking Panama hates us now. All the people Trump stuck his fucking finger up at their fucking butthole in the last year. And then there's all the people who hate us from the last World War or Vietnam or anything like that, or the Korean War. There's all these people that hate us, and they are uniting. We are not uniting. We think we're going to do this alone. We don't even know what they're doing. We can't do this alone. We have no idea what BRICS is doing. Look, I'm going to type it into YouTube, and you're going to see that we have no fucking idea what BRICS is doing. That is much more scary than any single Israel, any single Russia. I mean, it's like out of the frying pan of two crazy genocidal wars and into the world war, which is like, if you fuck with BRICS at all, they've got like double the power and double the money we have, because they're united 15 countries or something. We're like America with Trump sticking his butthole up every alligator who's got his finger on the nuclear bomb trigger. It's fucking insane. So here we go. I'm going to type it in. What is BRICS doing? What is BRICS doing right now? What is BRICS doing? Because we don't really know. Like I'm paranoid about it. Like they united their colonies. We did not. This is a clear and evidence proof that that the American leadership as it stands has no interest in America surviving whatsoever. They've not even remotely addressed the issue. They've not brought it up in the press. And I mean, it's now a year old or something like that. And it is our worst problem. Somebody else made a colony they made a coalition of the willing. That's what BRICS is. It's a coalition of the willing, and they united, and now they're united, and we call ourselves the United States, but we're not. We hate each other. We're sending DC troops to raid Los Angeles and shit. We hate each other. We are not united. You know, like they're talking about like prosecuting fucking like gruesome Newsom right now. We hate each other. We are infighting. It's disgusting. And in the meantime, Brazil's happy. They've got the hottest girls in the world and the most money in the world. They just united with 14 other countries, and Russia's not scared anymore because they're in BRICS and they united, and they're doing their United Colonies thing like smart people. We're piece of shit, brain dead Americans with 31 room temperature IQ who have bad schools, bad infrastructure, and bad problems that we don't address ever. And so what do? We go typing into YouTube, what is BRICS doing? You know, what is BRICS doing? We don't know. I mean, Russia is the leader of BRICS. Did you guys forget? Like you might think that Brazil, that BR is going to run BRICS, but no, Putin runs BRICS. What is BRICS? I mean, it is, and this is an 8-year-old video.
The acronym BRIC was coined in 2001 by...
Yeah, this is an old term from like 20 years ago when they made this plan to take over the world and make us their great, like make them our greatest debtor and all this stuff. So then Japan asked for their money and we say we can't. We just fought some 27-year-old forever war. And you begin to realize that none of that was a mistake. Cheney wasn't a mistake. Going to Afghanistan was not a mistake. It was on purpose. All that stuff was on purpose. So that we would end up in this situation here where Russia runs BRICS. Russia's fucking pissed with us because we kibitz with Ukraine all the fucking time. Hamas is pissed with us because we kibitz with Israel all the fucking time. Japan's probably pissed at us because we dropped nuclear bombs on them. China's pissed at us because we didn't pay them back for the trillions of dollars that we willingly borrowed from them for some fucking reason, because we have no diplomats leading our fucking leadership. We have diplomats leading our leadership, but we have idiots in fucking filibusters all day who don't listen to diplomats. It's fucking stupid. The diplomats can tell them all of this stuff. I think I would like to go to school to be a diplomat. I think I would like to address the UN with all the cussing of an Abby Hoffman speaking or something, like an Abby Hoffman cussing at the UN and stuff. But somebody needs to get up there to the motherfucking United League of to the League of Nations, that fucking bitch move that America pulled to try to shame Germany for having the entire world descend into war and stuff. It's just fucking crazy, all the stuff we've done. But I would like to go to the UN, but I don't want to go to the UN like motherfucking Emma Watson talking about, male feminism, stuff like this. I want to go to the UN and fucking scream at them for everything they've done for the last 100 years. I'm sure that's what every diplomat does. But the difference is I don't think diplomats talk like me. I've got no secrets, no pride. I will not take any American money whatsoever beyond disability at all. I don't like American money. I think it's particularly evil right now because I think it's oligarch money. I think it's all dirty. It's fucking dirty. I don't like American money right now. I don't work for it. I don't care for it. I don't talk about it. I don't think about it. I don't like American money. I think it's pretty much the fastest way. You know what I think American money is? You can consult Venezuela. They'll probably say the same thing. I think American money is like the veritable pomegranate seeds metaphor in the Persephone story. If you take American money in this current fucking like world stage, you are fucked. You're like, fuck, if you take or receive American money, like not take or receive, but if you take or give America money in this particular world stage of politics and stuff, it's not a good thing. Like these people, China, Russia, Japan, they want things from us. That's why they are doing stuff like forming BRICS and running like, and suddenly talking about how they've got a destitution. Something about Japan is they don't leave their public high and dry. That's just not something that their leadership can do. They commit hara-kiri if they do that, which is ritual suicide or seppuku or whatever it is. Like they run an honor-based culture. So if they do injustice to their public or our our public or anybody else's public. They're not allowed to go home to their fucking family and talk to their wives or their kids anymore. So the Japanese don't fuck around like Russia and Ukraine and Israel and Palestine do and backstab each other and shit like this. They have their views on the world that like China is something else and that we're dangerous and that they need to be either our debtor or our best friend or something like this. They have their concepts about the world that they do their world politics about, just like everybody else. But what they don't do is do corrupt world politics or inflation. The yen has not inflated any more than it was 25 years ago, so their people can eat. They are not in, like, they are an honor-based culture that any diplomat can tell you about. But I mean, all the Republicans do is puke in their fucking premier's lap. That's all they do. They laugh at them. They drink too much wine at their fucking parties, and they puke in the premier's lap. And that is like the worst thing that you can do to the Japanese culture, which is embarrass them in fucking in fucking public. Everybody knows this except these poor mannered, low etiquette, low education, like low manners, piece of shit fucking Dunning-Kruger Republicans who think it's okay to stick your finger up Japan's ass and not pay them their money back. If you don't have a fucking plan by tomorrow about how to pay this $3 trillion in interest and stuff that we owe Japan and just break this debt immediately, I don't want you in leadership anymore. You haven't talked about saving us or helping us in any way or form for like 27 years since 9/11 or whatever it's been. Like 25 years. It's been 25 years since you've talked about any real policy at all besides Obamacare. You know, that is disgusting. And as BRICS unites and makes a 15 country strong coalition that is 15 times stronger than us, I call for the downfall of the American fucking leadership and their fucking bullshit ass fucking incompetence as 15 countries unite against us and we stand against our greatest debtors. And we kibitz with nuclear armed North Korea, nuclear armed India, nuclear armed China, nuclear armed Russia, nuclear armed Ukraine, all these other crazy fucking people. If we were just to shut the fuck up and treat everybody like a fucking friend and form the United Colonies and take the fucking social cue like BRICS gave us and form the United Colonies and bring Britain and Australia and America and Canada and New Zealand and all the English God-fearing countries into you know, Christian God-fearing countries into a beautiful union of United Colonies where poverty doesn't exist for children, but wars don't exist unless all of the fucking United Colonies agree to it and all this shit. No leader ever gets to tell us to go to war or drop a bomb or do anything clandestine ever. And if you engage in any politics at all, you have to do it in the world stage, like that fucking Phantom Menace movie where they have the Senate in front of all those people in mobile like tank things that they roll around in, like for the Rome Senate that they depicted in Phantom Menace. That is what we need for. I mean, that was literally Steven Spielberg offering us a solution out of the world problems, which is we must unite with the English-speaking colonies and form like they're called BRICS. So how about ERICS, right? We need to form ERICS or whatever it is. It's America. It's the ABCs, like the ABCs, right? America, Britain, Canada, Australia. It's going to be the ABC Alliance, right? It's like the ABC Alliance. It's all ABC names, right? Except for what, like Mexico, right? I would like to bring Mexico in. They've always done right by us. They've been to 50% or more of our work culture for the last 75 years or something like that. And they fucking love us. They would not riot that fucking city if they didn't love us to fucking death. And they love us like brothers and sisters. They married us and fucked us and had kids with us and are our workforce. They are North Americans. And I don't want to talk about America being America and Mexico being Mexico anymore. I want to talk about United Colonies and everybody is the United Colonies. That's it. There's no America that's in front. There's no Australia that's in front, or Canada that's in front, or Greenland that's in front. All those countries that Donald Trump offered the sword to, I would like to offer the pen to. Because I'm an actual leader who has led 500 people before and shit like this. Trump couldn't lead his own dick. He would have to hire a servant to do it. I wouldn't trust him to do a glass of water. That man never did a day of work in his entire goddamn life. He has no idea what diplomacy is. He is probably the worst threat to mankind that's ever existed, short of Hitler. It's ignorance on a massive scale.
Jim O'Neill to describe the emerging economies of Brazil, Russia, India, and China. The term quickly became shorthand.
So we could do the same thing. We could do America, Canada, Mexico, Australia, Britain, New Zealand, and I don't know, all the other stuff like Cuba, Puerto Rico, Iceland, all the North American and or English speaking countries who tend to observe God and observe religion in their fucking shitty countries and their shitty governments and all this stuff, and unite under one banner and vote for everything that needs to be done. And the first 3 votes are to remove child poverty from the colonies entirely. That's the first vote, is to remove child poverty from the colonies entirely. I want 3 square meals, transportation, housing, and like honestly, something like 27 years of formal master college training from grade 1 all the way through to grade 32. I'm talking like grade 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, they're a senior in high school. Go to college for 4 years, get your degree. If you can stand to get your bachelor's and your master's, then go for another 8. And I mean, it's already been, you're already 24. So if you want, you can go in the United Colonies if you want. If you're going to make if you're going to make the colonies stronger, then you can then you can study for 32 years of your life to prove that you're a master psychologist, you're a master doctor, you're a master scientist, master drone driver, master submarine captain, master everything, right? The problem with America and all of the people in the English-speaking, God-fearing countries is we just don't take care of anybody. We don't take care of anybody. We say, worry about yourself. But I mean, we have enough money to make sure that every child in all 10 of those countries can go to school all the way until they're 32 years old. We spend that money on non-disclosure agreements, lawsuits, cocaine, food, Taco Bell, Uber Eats, taxi cabs, gold toilet seats, servants that wiped Donald Trump's butthole his entire life. That's what we spend money on, when we obviously could go and make sure that every kid in all of these God-fearing English-speaking countries have a fucking master's education in whatever it is that they do. No one is ever shamed for the color of their skin. No one's ever shamed for being disabled. Nobody ever goes to war unless it's out in space. I don't ever want a planetary war ever again. I don't want ignorance. If you can't prove that you have 100 IQ by the age of 24, then go for your master's until you're 32. I don't want stupid people in the United Colonies. The stupidity and the ignorance is what brought us here today, which is that BRICS formed, we didn't. They formed BRICS. They got out of their problems. They're all happy countries now. Even Russia is doing a lot better than it has ever done, kind of. Not ever done, but like in the last 25 years, even Russia, and despite all their problems and all the shit that's going on in their politics and everything, financially, Russia's doing slightly better because they joined BRICS. And they have trade partners now and homies in the United Colonies of their BRICS thing. And we don't have that. We have people that we just threatened to the north, people that we just evicted to the south, people who don't know us to the west, people to the east who made us, who don't necessarily like us or trust us or anything like that. And if we were just to unite all of those people and form under one banner and form the United Colonies or whatever the fuck you want to call it, or the ABCs or the BRICS or whatever the fuck, right? We are playing the same game that they are. Look how many people they have in their stable. We've got only America. Well, no, that's not true. We have only America and the Chinese and the Japanese that are loaning us all of their money. Because the rest of the world isn't doing anything for us. They're essentially fucking with us. They're forcing us to get engaged with Israel. They're forcing us to get engaged with Ukraine. They're forcing us to get engaged with China and North Korea. They're forcing us to get engaged like we're the world police, like we said we always were. But we are not engaged to do that because we are a power of 1. They are a power of 11. And by a power of 11, I mean a power of 11 major world countries. We are the power of 1 major world country. And you can see that Donald Trump and all the piece of shit cocksucker piece of shit pig dog traders want to make more enemies than friends because they just don't have any friends. They think money is their only friend. So they're totally okay with never forming any alliances with anybody, never doing anything like United Colonies or catching up to BRICS or anything like that. They think of Mexico as an enemy. They think of Canada as an enemy. They think of Greenland and Britain and France as enemies. They think of Russia, the right wing that runs our country. They think of all of these people as our fucking enemies. You want to know why Joe and the Democrats fucked up Israel and Palestine so much? It's because they don't think of the Jews as their enemy. The right wing does. The Democrats will still send money secretly to the fucking Israelites all the way through to the end because America is half Jewish. America loves Jewish people. And no matter what, we really do view Israel as a fucking friend, and we will not turn their fucking backs on them, even when it's really, really unwise not to.
of the world's population.
And that's okay. I admire this about Democrats, but it's still piece of shit, brain dead Democrats with no friends, no money, no world stage politics, no power, nothing at all, no military might, nothing at all. 3 generations of men who do nothing but play video games, just like Japan, just like Russia, just like Japan, China, and all these other countries, just like Russia. Like Russian hackers are worse than almost anywhere else, and it's insane. Those are all men my age who took government contracts with Putin and the fucking gulag and all this shit to spy on foreign countries and stuff while they play World of Warcraft. I'm not dumb. I'm aware that my lifestyle is the most popular lifestyle in the entire world. It's more popular than Taylor Swift. Like, people want to be me. I am Taylor Swift. I'm more popular than Taylor Swift. I sway 3.5 billion people. I don't think Taylor Swift would sway 3.5 billion people. When they saw me and all those WoW kids like Asmongold sitting on our fucking asses for 22 years of our lives, building raids and actually having fun with our lives, and not engaging in rape and murder and torture and war and all the stupid shit that world governments do, and all the genocides and all the problems, and there's no war and no rape and no problems in Azeroth, right? So like, we built this utopia online, and we stopped accepting these weird lines that you draw for borders and weird bullshit that you do with our enemies, and getting in debt with our greatest like fucking victims and stuff and all this weird shit. And it's like, no, I don't like you, and I don't value either of your fucking parties, and I don't like what you've done to this country. And we're boiled down now to one country left. It's America. We could be the United Colonies, but you just threatened Canada. Gee, do you think that's a mistake? Trump doesn't want trust me, Trump talks about fearing the deep state all the fucking time. What did the deep state talk about all the time? The Amero, the Euro, and the New World Order. But they didn't know what to call it. I'll call it what it actually is. The United Colonies. And if we don't unite and I'm not talking about a New World Order, which is all one government. I'm talking about if we don't unite the English-speaking, God-fearing countries who all invoke God every time something bad happens, right, in English, then we are going to live through BRICS or the next world war, because they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 or 11 crazy world powers all united to make sure that none of them get attacked by America, none of them get attacked by Ukraine. Like, this all, like, BRICS ensures. You want to know why Ukraine doesn't win their war? Is because BRICS ensures that they don't. Like Zelensky knows that BRICS will come in and fucking spank his ass if he fucks with Putin in any real way. He can resist, and that's permitted, because what Russia is doing is like basically a fatwa or whatever. It's fucking crazy. It's like basically a holy war. But I mean, you know, they're used to it. Ukraine has been dealing with Russia for fucking ever. They're all used to this. Israel is used to it. Israel, Palestine is fucking used to it. They're all fucking used to killing each other in the world stage. We're not. We only did that in World War II when we dropped nuclear bombs on them and fought the Nazis in the World War, at World War I. We are not used to like pushing people around. We're not used to having 11 major world countries as close friends, because we don't do friends. And I'm just against the Republican, incel, anti-friend, wife beating, cheating, abusing, child fucking sex cabal, fucking weird piece of shit 1%ers who drove America into the fucking ground, who believe that we can do this without friends. I do not condone that as a course of action moving forward in America, and I will not support the leadership who think that's how this is gonna fucking work. They just built United Colonies. We didn't. We're now contending with the United Colonies. I know you're too stupid to know what BRICS is, because you fucked the education system and let the environment go to fucking hell. So now we got poor environment and poor education, causing stupid assholes like Donald Trump to ignore BRICS. But I mean, you cannot ignore BRICS, you fucking shitheads. You cannot ignore it. You cannot ignore this.
The BRICS are now building institutions to help emerging markets develop, including...
And they're all helping each other. We're all harming each other. We're threatening Mexico. We're threatening Canada. We're threatening Greenland. We're taking money from our greatest victim and all this other shit. And we're fucking up. We're fucking up royally because of the Republicans. This isn't the Democrats that did this. The Democrats are just the feckless idiots who are too weak to say no. The Republicans led us to this incel tyrant, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, like fucking like Hitler, fucking like tyrant, like solo, all alone, like Pablo Escobar, wasting people in the fucking streets and sending ICE to LA and shit like this. And they're all talking about Brazil just installed a bunch of trade buildings in Shanghai so that Russia can do trade with India. You know, Imagine if we did stuff like that. What if we turned Los Angeles back into a wonder city that's the port for the known Western world like it was originally supposed to be, instead of a fucking shithole fucking ruined by fascists and stuff like this, and poverty, right? What if we actually turn the city of angels back into the port of angels, and we fly to Panama or whatever, and we fix our problems and all this, right? It's kind of insane. And we offer Panama membership in the fucking in the ABC, or the United Colonies, or whatever you want to call it, the UC. Like, what we offer, like Panama, we obviously have business with Greenland and Panama and Britain, so why don't we just invite them to the goddamn party? That's what all of our enemies in the house party that we just shot up in World War II did. They all united, and they're like, they're in another room right now, and they're all smoking the good weed with the hot girls with more money and stuff like this, and they're in the cool kid room, and there's like 15 of them in there, and we're America, and we're like the incel wallflower in the next room, and Donald Trump has dictated what we do, which is just sickening, you know what I'm saying? And this is the metaphors that I use to try to explain stupid people what is actually happening. We got a fucking group of popular kids who have more money than us, and a bunch of sports cars and guns and bombs and nuclear bombs and shit like this. They all united in the next room. We're the sicko that just fought them all, who's standing alone, who's bullying the other Mexican in the room, and the other Canadian in the room, and the other Greenland in the room, who are still standing with us or whatever, listening to us or whatever. And you can see that we must unite this room before we're just the only person in the house that's fighting bricks, you know? It's obvious. These people, they don't like us. Russia does not like us. I think Putin actually does like us, but I don't think Putin likes our government any more than I do. I don't think any of these world powers and BRICS like our government any more than I do. I believe the government. I believe the American government to be the chief cause of all of the sorrow in the world. I'm sorry. I believe this. Fundamentally, really deep down in my fucking soul, I'm not being hyperbolic or anything like this. I believe that most of the sorrow in the world stems from America. Consult the Middle East. Can solve Britain's problems with Brexit and all this shit. Can solve Greece and their fucking estero and stuff. Insult Canada, like insult Canada by not consulting them first before you talk about taking them over and shit like this. We are the bad guy on the planet. We are not aware of this because we're fucking stupid. We packed 45 kids in 45 Mexican kids, I might add. We packed 45 Mexican kids into our inner city schools, and we didn't teach them math. So now they don't know how many countries are in BRICS. They can't count that high. I'm dead serious. They got to go to the tablet and type in like me. I mean, I can count, but I don't have it memorized, so I type into Google, right? Because I can cheat, and I can just go to Google and I can tell you what states are in the BRICS, because I don't remember 11 countries' names. I'm sure I will in a couple of years when the World War starts, but you know, like, I don't remember all the people that are in BRICS, and I don't want to, kind of. So, like, whatever. So, like, now I want to form the UC, and I don't know how to do this. I want to scream at the UC. I want to scream at at the UN. I want to scream at the League of Nations. I believe I want some Geneva conventions on some of the genocides that have been happening on all four of these contenders: Israel, Palestine, and Ukraine, Russia. I think all four of them have violated the Geneva Convention. So I want to sue them for peace. Otherwise, it's war. And I would threaten all four of them. We can't have, I want to threaten all four of them with peace, which is, you can have peace and I will leave you alone and never get engaged in anything that you ever do again, which is what they want. They want to just kill each other in the world scale and cause a world war. But we don't have to do that. You guys forget, but we are a strong American identity, and we can absolutely deny to get involved in these fucking foreign entanglements unless they come to our fucking shores. If we don't fuck with them, they won't fuck with us. They tell this, like Putin tells us this. Putin says to Trump's face all the time, he smiles at him, he's like, if you don't mess with us, we won't mess with you, right? Putin says, if you don't mess with us, they want to have their world wars. You can't stop it. They're fucking shithead tyrant right-wing dictators who spend all of their money on defense budgets, and they want to see what all those fireworks that they bought do. I'm sorry, but that's the sad state of the world affairs. And they all have non-disclosure agreements on each other because of Palantir, who uses Pegasus to spy on their cell phones. And every single time Donald Trump or Prince Albert or the Queen ends up on the Lolita Express, they fucking know, and they tell BRICS. BRICS shows up at Donald Trump's fucking Mar-a-Lago, and they tell him, hey, we know all about this. What do you care to do for us? Or we just tell the world, right? And he's like, oh shit, BRICS just bent me over like Putin and Xi Jinping do every single night. And then we all fuck down by the fire with our weird fucking skull and bones, deep state fucking NDA, child sex disclosure, cabal, Palantir, Pegasus, cell phone stealing, fucking Danny Casolaro killing, fucking Boeing whistleblower wasting, fucking piece of shit fucking governments. And I don't even think it's right or left anymore. I think it's just corruption, you know? Putin says all the time, if you don't mess with us, we won't mess with you. This is what he said in World War II to Hitler. He was like, don't come mess with us and we won't mess with you. We're too poor to fuck with you right now. And that is Russia's attitude. Any diplomat in America could tell Trump this. Yeah, don't mess with nuclear Russia and we won't mess with you, right? He's been saying this for 15 years or something like that. He was like, don't mess with us and we won't mess with you. I'm not kidding about what I said. Putin warns enemies of Russia, it's best not to mess with us. This was in the New York News in 2014. This was 11 years ago. He warned us. He was like, look, we will not fuck with you if you don't fuck with us. That's what this means. It's best not to mess with us. He didn't threaten us, right? He was actually nicer. He left us out of it. He said, it's best not to mess with us. He only talked about himself. That's how a true diplomat works. He doesn't insult the enemy that he doesn't understand. So Putin did not say, it's best that you don't mess with us. He said, it's best not to mess with us. He didn't mention you. He said, he just said it to the whole world. He was like, look, it's just best not to mess with us. We won't hurt anybody in a major way if you just, like, they're like, they come from a raider culture and they live in the snow. And it's exactly like Rust. Rust made snow particularly for the Russians. And I know Russians love Rust because the snow is this terrible place where you have to have like twice the resources if you want to live there. You have to have double the heat, double the food, double the gas, double the money, double the heating bills, double the power, everything. So if you want to live in fucking snow like Rust, you better get to making windmills and power and stuff. But they have all these corrupt, unbalanced, crazy world politics like Joseph Stalin, like scaring us with nuclear war, you know, Vietnam or World War II and Afghanistan and all these other crazy problems and stuff. And so he's just as sick of our fucking government as we are. So he says crazy things in the world media that he hopes that they would take literally, but they're so fucking stupid. Donald Trump is too stupid to read this sentence. So he goes and constantly fucks with Putin all the time. And Putin sighs and he says right to Trump's face, he's like, look, motherfucker, just like Zelensky did. Zelensky sighs and looks Trump's right in the fucking face. And he's like, look, I don't know what game you're playing, but just don't fuck with us. That's all. Just don't fuck with us. That's what Zelensky said. That's what Russia said. That's what everybody said. So we need to do what they're asking us. You know, we do in the respect that they've never attacked us. We keep thinking that Russia's this terrible world war like criminal that drops nuclear bombs on everybody. No, factually, that's America. Russia didn't drop bombs on the whole world or whatever. Russia fought the Nazis with us. Russia beat the Nazis with us. They were our friends at the end of World War II. We didn't want to ever talk to each other again because we didn't trust each other. That's like trusting the dude down the hall that doesn't speak English. You're like, well, you just helped me fight off the pig fuckers who try to break in our front door and ice raid us and evict us and stuff. Thank you. I love you, right? And the Russian's like, Das Vidanya, I don't really understand what you're saying. And the American's like, Das Vidanya, I don't really know what you're saying either. You know, Semper Fi or whatever. And then the Marine walks off or the diplomat walks off and the Russian walks off and they smile as they walk away from each other because they know that they're not going to hurt each other. Putin smiles as he walks away because he knows that America isn't going to hurt him. And America smiles because they know that Putin isn't going to hurt them because he keeps talking about stuff like it's best not to mess with us. And in that respect, we did mess with them by funding Ukraine, but we did this at the behest of the entire world. Even Epic Games donated $400 million to fucking Ukraine to fight Russia in their crazy, shitty, genocidal war. You know, even video game companies are donating to Ukraine. It's okay to donate to Ukraine. The worst bully in the world is socking the weak, not the weakest, but the most bullied toddler in the world. And so every good mother and father in the world is like, send Ukraine money, send Ukraine money. This crazy, shitty, fucking, you know, crazy psychopath from the gulag is killing Ukrainians wholesale for no good goddamn reason at all. It's not like they've really, I mean, they've got reasons, but there's not real ones. They've got genocides and stuff like this, but they're all 100 years old, just like Israel and Palestine. Their stuff is new now, but I mean, for a while their stuff was old. I wish they had just let it be old, and it would be a lot easier for them to forgive each other. But no, they have to have their October 7th or whatever and fuck up some more. Like, let's go look at Hassan now, right? I love Hassan. I'm just gonna fucking full blown admit it. I fucking fucking love Hassan, because besides him, I think we're like the only two people on the entire goddamn planet that are actually speaking the truth. I don't think CNN is doing it. I don't think Putin's doing it. I don't think Trump's doing it. I don't think anybody's doing it except Hassan Abi and me. And I like maybe who's that guy who lit up Operation Ivy Bells? It was Johnny Harris. There's Johnny Harris and Hassan Abi and I. They're like the three progressive. I mean, and Cenk Uygur to a much lesser degree, because Cenk Uygur has voted Republican. Anybody with a fucking brain couldn't ever vote Republican their entire goddamn lives without signing up with the devil. I mean, voting Republican is like signing up with the goddamn devil. That's like accepting racism. It's like accepting war. It's like accepting war budgets that cause you to feel neglect and not get enough and stuff like this. It's accepting that some crazy person might drop bombs on your mother's house and stuff like this that you can't control and all this crazy shit. And it's abuse. It's like it's fucking abuse. And there's like only a couple of people on the whole internet that are actually talking about how bad this is. It's fucking weird. Like, I'm talking about Japan. These assholes are talking about Israel. I'm talking about Japan. That's actually a much more pressing problem right now. We do not have any friends, and we just borrowed trillions of dollars from Japan and China. They're going to come and play loan shark, and we're not going to have anybody, like, we're not going to have, like, you know, Whitey Bulger's crew to back him up or whatever. We're going to have to, like, deal with Russia and China, China and Japan alone. Well, Russia too. We're going to have to deal with Japan and China alone. And that can't happen. And, you know, I fell in love with Japan, and Japan fell in love with us. So honestly, I mean, like, maybe as like, you know, as a sign, like as a fig leaf to Japan, they won't take the offer. They're gonna join some Asian alliance, I guarantee it. But I mean, maybe they take it for a couple of years, you know, and we make a fig leaf with them, and we try to actually make reparations for World War II. We tell them that we are not extending an invitation to anybody else in Asia, but we are extending it to you because we dropped the nuclear bomb on you when the Republicans got power and we couldn't stop them. Just like what's about to happen again, you know? The Republicans got too much power and we couldn't stop them, and they genocided again. Like Nagasaki and Hiroshima. I don't know what you think Nagasaki and Hiroshima is. I think it's an American fucking genocide. Costs millions of goddamn lives. We're the goddamn bad guy. We're not in the strength position that Delulu fucking Trump thinks that he is. We are the world's punching bag right now. We cannot fucking scare or threaten these people. We don't have any money. We borrowed money from Japan and China. I don't understand this fucking course of action that you take us on. I don't really understand it.
Oh my god. Bro, Black Boy orders in perfect Japanese, shocks everyone. Oh god. What if we disrespectful? Bro.
I would learn Japanese if I didn't think that the pig fucking traitor fascist Republicans and Democrats who took over my government and sold out every last American child in the last goddamn 10 years or something like that. If I thought I would ever have enough money again to ever go to some place like Japan, I mean, not again. I've never had enough money to go to Japan. I've never had enough money to go to Japan in my entire fucking life. So it must be nice, I gotta say. I mean, like, this guy, he's 1% now, you know. I like his son, but he's 1%, you know. It must be nice to have enough money to afford a ticket to fucking Japan. But I actually grew up in real America, where they stole all of the fucking resources, all of the fucking money, shut down the health system, shut down the fucking welfare system, shut down all the help, reduced the food stamps to $100. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I'm sure America can like really live off $100 or $200 when the average grocery bill is like $205 or something like that. What is the average grocery bill in America? It's actually like, you know, this goes to the eggs or whatever. What is the actual, what is the average grocery bill in America? It's like $504 per month. So sure, the oligarch fucking hegemony pieces of shit who took over our fucking government with Elon Musk and that Dogecoin, Bitcoin, Chomo currency fucking boondoggle, they send us $207 a month. But here we go. The average American household spends $504 per month, right? Now I don't know how big this household's supposed to be. But I mean, like, yeah, like they send each person, I think at the very most, I think it's like $207. So I suppose, yeah, 3 people might actually make enough to actually foot the average grocery bill. But might I remind you, that's all of your welfare. That's like all of your fucking welfare, unless you're on disability or whatever. That's all your welfare. That $207 for grocery stamps. They seem to think that the homeless are like living off the fat of the fucking land. But I mean, like, no, Donald Trump is living off the goddamn fat of the land. The man's never actually wiped his own ass before. This is true. Like, the man's never actually, like, when he goes to the bathroom, some flunky with some toilet paper comes with him and wipes his fucking ass, and he's done this since he was 2 years old. You think this man's your fucking friend? Like, I mean, I'm serious. They all do that, too. They all do that. They all have some servant wipe their fucking asses. We know this. This is something that they do. It's like some money trip for them. Oh, I don't even have to wipe my own ass. You know, it's disgusting. And this guy is not your fucking friend, you know? So yeah, like, so they send basically like around half of what is necessary for somebody to live every month. So yeah, I would love to learn Japanese and go to Japan just like him. I have that kind of skill. I do. If I wanted to, I could. I can set my mind to anything if I needed to, and I can blend into any culture. I can learn any language. I don't want to do this particularly because I've never had more than $3,000 in my whole entire life. You understand? A ticket to fucking Japan is like $3,700. So when you propose going to Japan, I'm like, oh, you mean spend the most money I've ever had in my entire life? Yeah, no. No. The most money I've ever had in my entire life in one place and one time was $3,500 on a re-up, you know? That's the most money I've ever had in one place at one time. These people, they had my mother, she had millions and millions and millions of dollars in her life. Something like 7 to 10 million probably by the end of her life or something like that. I look down at my like $310,000 for all 100 years or whatever. And I'm like, oh yeah, we're the assholes. We're the drugged out homeless shitheads who fucked up the world or whatever. It's our fault that everything is like this, you know? It's our fault. We're the ones who are entitled. We sit around and play video games all day. We're the entitled ones. I admit it. We are.
On numbers.
So anyways, so we're gonna move on and look at other like BRICS stuff, because the advent of BRICS is something that the Western media just didn't tell the American politicians because they think it's funny how dumb Donald Trump actually is. He has no idea BRICS exists, I don't think. I don't think he knows what BRICS is. I'd be surprised if he did. I mean, I'm sure he does, but I mean, like, but I don't think he knows what they're doing, which is weird because they are in the world stage doing something like 2 to 3 times as good as we are. You know, they're like that neighbor down the street that's showing up in the General Lee, and he's got a hot blonde, you know, Daisy Dukes, and he's like smoking a fucking Cuban cigar, and he's smiling at you with Ray-Bans that cost like $700 and shit. BRICS is doing fucking better than us. It's fucking weird because we are the strongest country in the world, but not if we have these piece of shit backsagging traders in charge. No, you know. So maybe we go look at BRICS. There we go.
Right now, as you are watching this, the foundation of
Thank you, Think BRICS. I've liked and subbed to your channel. The foundation of global finance is cracking and a seismic shift is underway. This video uncovers how BRICS nations are leveraging gold to challenge Western financial dominance. Like, another thing about this is that meritocracy and that 1% bullshit that these rich white people engage in, like Elon Musk and all that shit, all that manifest destiny shit that they believe in. The rest of the world didn't do this. So every time some white man from America tells them that it's God's fucking will that America be the strongest country in the world, they throw that slanted eyes, you know, they throw that not like slanted, but I'm talking about an emoji, right? They throw this emoji at us, right? They throw the slanted eyes, which is like this, not having to do with race or anything like that. They give us this emoticon, and they're like, do you truly believe that America is the greatest country in the world any more than Russia believes that Russia is the greatest country in the world, or Britain believes that Britain is the greatest country in the world, or that France believes that France is the greatest country in the world? But we really believe it, and we want the world to fucking announce it, but they're not going to do that. They don't believe it. And so Trump needs the world to announce that America's the number one. They won't do it because they don't believe it. And then how do they stop this? They strategically increase gold reserves, they buy out our debt, and they challenge our Western finance. And when the whole world sees that we're the broke boys, and if you're a broke boy, just say so. Like as our American young spoiled brat girls talk about broke boys say so, right? Like the whole world goes, oh, if you're a broke boy, say so, America. Weren't you the number one? Weren't you rich and all this stuff? And all that bragging we did for 75 fucking years, that's gonna come back on us if we had just treated them like friends, like the original Roy Rogers Americans that we were, and we were cowboys, and we wanted to make friends with everybody, and see what the foreigners were like, and not trust them, but definitely treat them like best friends and all this stuff. That's like the old way since World War I. It's been that way. We make friends with everybody who isn't trying to kill us, right? Americans are good at making friends. Very easy to do because everybody speaks English. Everybody speaks English. The whole world speaks English, so it's easiest for America and British people to make friends in the world stage because everybody speaks English. Because they do love us, unless we beat our chest and threaten to empower their enemies like Ukraine and stuff like that, or we don't unite when they do, and we don't get strong when they do, or this other stuff. We won't be number one for long. They talked about this in the world stage when Trump ran for president again the second time. They were like, Russia and China are bending us over, and we have fallen behind in the world scale. In the world stage. But what they really mean, because they're too stupid to understand that the BRICS nations united and we have nothing but enemies. They're too stupid. Even their political diplomats might be too stupid to realize this. We don't know how stupid Donald Trump is. But I mean, dive into the strategic moves by countries like Brazil, Russia, India, and China as they amass gold reserves to counter Western sanctions and the weaponization of traditional financial systems. On top of this, Trump and his billionaire allies like Elon Musk and all these oligarchs and stuff, they make sure that the interest rate always rises to exactly what the inflation rate is. And we talked about this yesterday. This is how the rich oligarch hegemony makes sure that the average lower class and middle class American can't get ahead at all. Only rich people. And this is something that all the rich people in the world do. Every last country in the world, including BRICS. They fuck poor people.
Finance is quietly cracking apart.
Doesn't matter your nationality. This is why I think it's so fucking sad and it's so indicative of a poor education and a poor environment when you see racism and stuff, because the real world stage is not race or color of skin. It's uniting world countries in some kind of financial dominance. It has nothing to do with race whatsoever. It's always been money. That's the god that these worthless, faithless, pig dog fucking deep state traders actually worship. Money is their only god. That's why they talk about these gold bars instead of some Christian cross like every other nut in the world. Every other nut in the world will show you a Christian cross or a fatwa or something like this when they want to kill you. But when white man shows up, he shows you bars of gold.
Buying gold is just about playing it safe. That's what they want you to believe. But what if I told you that BRICS nations aren't just buying gold? They're
they're weaponizing it against the entire Western financial system. And this is that thing I'm talking about. The idiot-ass Republicans, if they cared about this country at all, they would have been talking about this 4 years ago. 4 years ago. They don't give a living shit if we live or die. I believe it's time to give them the same. I don't give a living shit if they live or die. I'd be okay if Putin went and assassinated him. I'd be okay with it. I don't give a shit. If they don't give a shit if we live or die, I'd be okay if Putin assassinated Trump. I'd be okay. If you don't give a shit if we live or die, if you're deporting every last Mexican American, if you steal all this money and you don't unite the colonies and you don't give a shit if we live or die, and BRICS moves ahead 15 years ahead of us, and you just sit back there talking about what does Donald Trump even talk about? I don't even know if he has a policy. What is? Oh yes, that's right. Tren de Agua, a tiny band from a very, very poor country that America destroyed, showed up in Aurora, Colorado, so the Republicans should win the election.
Weaponizing it against the Western financial.
And BRICS is talking about, we just opened up 5,500 banks all over the Western Hemisphere to make sure that Westerns don't make money. That all that money comes back to BRICS. That's exactly what they're doing. If you don't understand it, you should not be a Trump supporter because because not only that, that's like the blind, like leading the blind and stupid. It's fucking stupid. There's nothing worse than blind leading the blind, except for blind leading the blind stupid. And if you think that the BRICS isn't like opening 5,500 banks all over the Western Hemisphere, something like that, with the WTO and the IMF and all of our natural enemies, to make sure that the West doesn't make any more money anymore. And trust me, I'm here to tell you from the MMO markets, when Europeans and Asians and BRICS, like Spanish or whatever, Spanish speaking, like Portuguese, right? When Portuguese and Asians and Russians well, not Russians, excuse me, but it's mostly Asians. It's like Asians and Midwestern cultures who do bazaars and trading and stuff, and Chinese mainly. They're like trade culture gods. They've been doing it we've only been around, I might remind you, for like 300 years. They've been around for 300,000 years, and they've been counting on those abacuses for all 300,000 of it. And they count every cent, and they're just not ignorant like us. They're not stupid people who don't count their taxes and are surprised by tax audits. Tax audits don't happen in Asian cultures because, well, they do if you're like a criminal, but crime doesn't happen much in Asian cultures besides gangs, because they know that it's dishonorable to be a criminal. And if you're dishonorable in an Asian culture, your family doesn't speak to you. You know? And that's what we should do in America too. When Donald Trump goes to the American beauty pageant, or whatever it is, the America's Got Beauty pageant or whatever, and looks at the little 6-year-old girls with his tongue out of his mouth and shit, and gets caught on camera doing it. It's just more proof to the fucking world that what they always suspected about us is true, that we're like Western infidels who have sex with children and are into like child sex and stuff, and we have nothing but non-disclosure agreement blackmails instead of actual political laws or bills, and we have nothing but corruption instead of leaders. And they are not far right, they're not far wrong. They think this when they supposedly, this was all Dick Cheney who came up with this lie. He said that Afghan, or I'm sorry, what's the name of that made up shit that they talked about? It was the Taliban, right? The Taliban, the most fictional fucking organization in the dawn of man, and everybody in the Middle East was like, you mean the insurgents of the country that you invaded? Every person in every one of those Middle Eastern countries came back in their media and they were like, what do you mean, like terrorist or Afghan or like fatwa or whatever, or like holy war or whatever? You mean the insurgents of the country that you invaded? Yeah, the Taliban. Yeah, the Taliban committed 9/11. Did they? You mean the CIA? Because I don't think some people over there who can't even use cell phones much, really, because there's not much but satellite internet and stuff. I don't think they did some crazy CIA plot where they drone flew AI planes into our buildings and crashed missiles into the Pentagon lawn and stuff like this. I just don't think they did that. I think that's CIA bungling, because we've never successfully done anything in the last 75 years. So it just looks like more bungling, like everything else. 9/11 just looks like more bungling to me. They bungled and they burned down Building 7, but remember, nothing touched Building 7. And in Building 7 was all the financial records of all the people in the deep state. And that is QAnon stuff that I'm saying. That's all conspiracy theory stuff. But the problem is, that's the stuff they told us about that is like true. Like Prescott Bush received a $7 billion insurance payment for Building 7. Would you like to see this? The Bush family made $7 billion off of 9/11. I mean, this is true. Prescott Bush, George Bush Jr.'s granddaddy, he sold sold bullets to the Nazis in the war. And this is true. He was convicted. Like Prescott Bush sold bullets to the Nazis in the war. He was one of the Disney types who, Daddy Bush, and I mean Grandpa Bush, not Daddy or Baby Bush. I mean Grandpa Bush, Grandpa Bush, which member of the crime family is it? Grandpa Bush sold bullets to the Nazis in the war. And maybe your grandfather, and I mean my grandfather, like maybe my grandfather took a bullet in Korea because of Prescott Bush. You ever thought about that? Prescott Bush. And the $7 billion payments confirmed that the Bush family received directly after the 9/11, pretty much the week of 9/11. Now, when I fill out an insurance payment, it takes at least 3 to 5 weeks, if not 3 to 5 months, and maybe a lawyer or some talking, some phone calls and stuff. But Prescott Bush got $7 billion like September 19th. And I know because I've seen it. I've seen all the proof of it. I've seen, like, watch, $7 billion insurance payments for Building 7. Now, you can go on and think that, you know, some people over there did this so they could receive a $7 billion insurance payment for a building that wasn't struck by any planes or any bombs or anything at all, but still burned to the ground, right? Building 7 burned to the ground, but nothing hit Building 7. And sure enough, Prescott Bush filed a $7 billion property insurance claim on Building 7 because he was the insurance holder on it. I'm sorry, it was Larry Silverstein, which is, you know, Prescott Bush's lawyer. Yeah. So and this is an old QAnon myth. It's probably a myth, but I've seen the paperwork of this. Did Larry Silverstein actually make $7 billion from the insurance for 9/11, or is this made up? The Koran doctor Kevin Barrett has been known to claim that Mr. Silverstein was awarded $20 billion. Mr. Silverstein did not own the WTC. He leased it from the Port Authority. So not only did he not pay for the building, he just leased it. He got the full payment off of a lease. He got a $7 billion payment off the lease. He did have some awards from his anti-terrorist insurance policies. It was about $7 billion, I suppose. But it seems that he has some contractual obligation to rebuild the World Trade Center. Yes, but I mean, you know, but I don't think it cost them $7 billion. I don't think the World Trade Center cost $7 billion. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, Mr. Silverstein, right? And what is the connection to Larry Silverstein and Prescott Bush? I'm just trying to draw the exact financial, ties to the Bush family and 9/11 because it was there. It is absolutely there. Larry Silverstein and Prescott Bush insurance. Oops. Now, this is all crazy conspiracy theory shit, but this happened. The Bush family received $7 billion directly from a Tower 7 that burned down. But, I mean, did anything hit Building 7? Did anything hit Building 7? Did anything hit Building 7 in 9/11? No. I mean, the deep state cabal that was currently, like, you know, patronizing fucking Jeffrey Epstein during 9/11, right? Like, they definitely did hit Building 7 and burned it down. But the official story is that Building 7 never had anything happen at all. At all. Did anything hit Building 7 in 9/11? Was not directly hit by anything. Debris from the collapse of the North Tower, which was located 400 feet away. I don't think so. How far is Building 7 from North Tower? I heard it was much more than that. Is it the North Tower that they call that one? It's the North Tower WTC1. From WTC1, right? How far is Building 7 from WTC1? It is indicate the closest point between WTC1 and WTC7 was 300 feet, which is a lot less than I heard. I mean, how many blocks is 300 feet? It's not much. It's like one block. Oh, it is a city block. So I don't know. I guess sparks can travel and set a stone building on fire that's a block away. That is valid, I suppose. But I don't buy it. I've got to make a phone call, guys. I'm sorry. I got to just pause for a second. I'll be right back. So, I am going to take a hour and a half break here or something like that, I think. Hour and a half, 2 hours, something. I'm going to go walking. I'm going to go to the grocery store. I'm going to go to the dispensary. And then um I will be back here in like hour and a half to 2 hours, maybe a little bit faster, but I don't think so. So I'm sorry, guys. I've got to take my break, and I've got to, like, I've been at this for 24 hours solid. I'm going to reset. I'm going to go touch grass. I'm going to go drive to the dispensary, buy some beer, and do stuff in my real life. I will be back here in about 2 hours after I walk and take a shower and stuff. 2.5 hours at the most. So I'll be back here at about 3:30 in PST. And I love you guys. Thank you for hanging out with me with all my crazy conspiracy theories and such. And I'm sorry for everything that I say, but I don't really believe that Building 7 burned for a real reason. I've just never believed that. I'm sorry. So maybe I'm wrong, though. I will admit that I'm wrong. Like, did Building 7 burn? Why did Building 7 burn? This is bullshit. The sprinkler system, I'm sorry, the like jet fuel will not melt those girders, or the building would have actually fallen. You know, I mean, the building fell, but I mean, like, after a controlled explosion. But if the girders were so weak that jet fuel burned them, the building would have just come down the minute that the plane crashed into it. You know, they're not like this. These girders do not melt in under 4,000 degree heat or something like this, or 3,700, something like that. And jet fuel burns at like 32. You know. It was a fire-induced progressive collapse, but I mean, we're building 7. I disagree. I believe Building 7 was controlled demolition. There's nothing they could ever say to change my mind about that. When you look at the physics of the scene, that building did not get touched. It was controlled demolished. I love you guys. I'm gonna pause this here. Let's go live.
Thought you knew about money and power. Don't worry if you are not an expert in finance or gold investing. This affects everyone, and I will break it down so clearly that by the end you will understand exactly what's
Ranger
happening and why it matters to your future. BRICS nations' gold
Hi, guys.
reserve strategy revealed, and trust me, this goes way deeper than anyone realizes. Here is what most people miss. While everyone's focused on stock markets and crypto, something massive is happening behind the scenes. China has been buying gold consistently for nearly 2.5 years straight. Russia is about to become the world's largest gold producer. India's families alone own 25,000 tons of gold. That's 6 times what's reportedly stored in Fort Knox. But here's the kicker. This isn't happening by accident. The real trigger, the West weaponized the financial system, and it backfired spectacularly when the US and European Union seized $300 billion from Russia's
Why are you hiding your faces?
They didn't just punish Russia.
Mass police lead
They
the terrified woman to
terrified
their unmarked vehicles
every
and drive off.
country.
Now, if all that were not chilling enough, an attorney for Ozturk released a statement earlier.
I can't believe that's MSNBC. We're gonna go look at it. Jesus Christ, is my country falling apart? I think it is. There's 15,000 fucking people watching that AP press. I've never seen something that big before. I've never seen 15,000 people in a channel before. I've seen it on Twitch, but not on YouTube.
I don't support the fact that you were in Syria helping steal Syrian oil. I don't support that, no. Oh, anti-vet. I'm anti-war. I'm anti-war, yes. I'm anti-war. I am anti-war, yes. Oh, wow. No, I'm anti-war. And I'm anti-vet who want me to come and kiss their ass for fighting for Israel. Yes, I don't need to thank you. Look at someone's ass. People who are fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan, they're not fighting for Africans, they're fighting for foreign countries. They're fighting. I don't want to send them over. And where? We're in President Trump's country. We're in President Trump's country.
Hey, just remember the people that die, you say, fuck you. You say, fuck you to all the veterans that died.
So I went to the dispensary and I got some beer and I watered the garden. I went for a walk and I got caught behind a guy mowing the side of the fucking like the boondock road, and it took forever, like 15 minutes. He just had me wait 100 feet behind him while he did like a fucking country mile of fucking chopping some grass on the side of the road. So I have Skywalker OG 90%. They're getting a little lower because I buy them. 89%. It's a Blueberry. This is a Dutch Treat. 90%. Durban Poison, 92% hashish marijuana. There's only one chemical in this, and it's marijuana. That's it. There's no 6 million unknown carcinogens from tobacco or anything like this. It's the most pure drug on the motherfucking, well, not pure because it's 10%, like a little bit cut with vitamin E and stuff like that, but it's still like, you know, to get the liquid for the vape. But I mean, like, this is like one of the most pure drugs on the planet. It's one of the few pure drugs you can get left. Even the drugs, the shitheads ruin even the drugs, you know? They control everything. For a while there, the marijuana got so shitty because it was just all like Mexican brown pit, like Mexican bricks from the cartel with nothing but seeds and sticks. It was like that for 8 years or something like that in Denver. You couldn't even get an eighth of marijuana or something like that. And then suddenly something happened culturally where we just decided that we were the dank bud city, and that we would spend $50 on an eighth of marijuana if we had to, just to get high quality marijuana with higher percentages and, you know, tendrils and strains and stuff like that. And when we started buying $50 eighths, when our friends started seeing us do this, they started doing that. And by the end of, I think it was like a sophomore year or something like that, and it was just my crew that started doing that. I think we were the only ones willing to spend $50 on an eighth of marijuana. But when we smoked it at the parties, people remembered. They were like, "Oh my God, this is like the best marijuana I've ever had." And I mean, that shit was good back in the day, like 17 years ago or something like that. And so like, Yeah, and like and that stuff in the black market was the best weed I've ever had. This stuff's a little bit less good, but it's still really, really strong and really good. You know, I like hash, like pure hash. I think it's one of the reasons I'm still alive, I think. Regardless of all the other stuff. Oh man, that's like Crenshaw and Alameda or something. It's Alameda and like PCH. They're like Alameda and PCH. That's such a crazy intersection. Oh, I'm sorry. So PCH means Pacific Coast Highway. If excuse me for. I have to go. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to step away for just a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. Sorry guys, I started the stream so I got the automatic interruption and fuck you phone call that screwed me over. I'm terribly sorry. But I got it all dealt with. Right to the second, can you see it? I think it was like 30 seconds or something, and then it was just, you know, immediately my power was gone. I had to do something else.